What's up, guys? My name is Cherno. Welcome back to another live stream where we're going to be remaking my first game that I made in Java in 2012, 13 years ago, 12 years ago, in C++ using Raylib. What's up? That's all I got. All right. Yeah, look, we're just gonna get straight in. I was going to start the stream this morning a lot earlier, but I just could not, I needed to sleep a bit because yesterday was a big day of work. Basically, you may notice that there's stuff behind me. So I'm kind of moving my office a little bit. This is like a separate building on our property. I'm moving my office into the garage, temporarily, into the garage of the house. Which means that but the house at the moment doesn't have internet, because the internet actually comes into this building, like from the street, I mean. And so what I have to do, with the help of some people as well, just some family, we have to get internet from this building to that building, and that requires like 70 meters of conduit. It's not 70 meters straight, but because it has to go a particular path and it has to go to like the front of the house. And so I was digging like trenches yesterday and just doing a lot of kind of construction-y work. So I was absolutely exhausted. And so the reason that I'm telling you that story is because that's why I didn't start the stream earlier today, because I had to get a little bit more sleep, and but we have a lot of work to do. So we're gonna just get into some work in a minute, and hopefully we're gonna go all day. I'm hoping today, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm hoping today that we basically finish the project. I'm gonna try my best to basically finish the game today. So I don't know how long that's gonna take. I can probably stream for about 10 hours or so without being upset at how long I'm streaming. So yeah, buckle in. It's gonna be a stream and a half. Am I stretching fiber over there? No. I haven't actually decided on the cable yet. Probably Cat 6A or something, or Cat 7, just Ethernet. There is an opportunity potentially in the future to get us an actual separate internet connection into the other building, which I might do. But for now, I'm just doing it on a local network. And that will be useful for the future, because if I want to store servers and everything in this building, then I'll be able to access them quickly from the other building. So I'm also doing that. Stretch 2 to 3 for redundancy. Yeah, I could do probably more than one. That's probably not a bad idea, but there is a conduit. It's not just going to be in the ground. So it will be easy in the future to run another cable if I need to, because I'll have a drawstring and everything in there. Did you buy the building? Well, this is my property, yes. So it's my house, and then there's this kind of shared space that has been made into a house, because we built the house. It wasn't here before. It was just a big lawn. And then we built the main building, but this shed was always here. And so this shed, the previous, I think, people used to live here in the shed. So I kind of made the shed into an office, but for reasons, I have to move out of this for a while. So that's the plan. Quick question: is empty component system good approach for games? Pretty general question, but yeah, I guess so. Depends what game you are trying to build, but and I think an empty component system is generally good for, if you have some kind of game that requires you to compose entities out of different functionality, basically, which is a lot of games, but not necessarily every game. All right, cool. Anyway, let's get into some work finally. So I can cover a little bit. I built Cat 7 infrastructure at my parents' place. I try to go back and go take it. Yeah, well, see, that's kind of what I'm thinking of doing maybe. And the reason why is just purely for if I have a NAS or any kind of, service set up, I might want to have a locally fast network. 10 gigabits probably a bit overkill. 1 gigabit at least though would be good. And I think the cable itself is going to have to be about 70 meters long. So I think 100 meters is where they all basically cap out. in terms of like if you want the max speed for the spec. So yeah, but anyway, yeah, so also if it's a bit more echoey in here, it's because we've been moving stuff out of here, so I apologize for the audio, but this is possibly going to be my last stream from here. We'll see. Yeah, and my unit test machine, my continuous integration machine, like, yeah, that's going to be with me in the new building though. Like for now, I'm basically just going to keep, oh, maybe not, maybe I can leave it in here actually. We'll see, we'll see. Anyway, let's get into, audio seems good, okay, good, I'm glad. Let's get back into this Genesis remake. So yeah, for those of you who have no idea like what was going on, I mean, I guess I can run this, but we are rebuilding my first game that I made. Let's open up Eclipse as well. This is where we're at right now. This is the new C++ version. You can see we've got some animation going. We got like, we don't have collision yet, so we need to work on that. We got trees rendering, I think, pretty well. Like you can go behind them here. And then if you go this way, you're in front of them, and you can go through them and you'll see that kind of change, but they'll be solid, so you won't be able to collide with them. So that won't really be a problem for the future. We don't have any kind of lighting or a day-night cycle yet either. We don't have any of the mobs or other mobs except for the player, but this is basically where we got up to last time. So yeah, we got a lot of work ahead of ourselves today. Why was this? That wasn't the right one. I gotta find this. Where was this? Oh, I think it was here actually. Yeah, that is. I think that's the correct workspace. Okay, so yeah, this is the Java version. So we need, yeah, we've got this timer. We've also got collision here. We've got these female mobs which we can collide with. Collision shouldn't be that difficult to do, I think. I think we should maybe do the collision next, and then I'll work on the mobs. And then, yeah, we can also see how to render some text and whatever. And of course, we're using Raylib to do all of this stuff, which is pretty cool. How's the music volume, guys? Is it good? Yeah, so I'm gonna have to give me like, you know, half an hour to an hour now to just wake up, because I just got up and I'm again exhausted from yesterday, but I need to kind of get in the groove, and then we'll kind of move a bit faster, I think, because if I try and force myself to think quickly now, it's not going to work out. So this is, I think, where we stopped though. So we changed it from, it used to be like get sprite basically, now it's get tile. Let me actually change one thing. Oh yeah, and we're using Sea Lion because I wanted to try it out for ages, and also JetBrains reached out and was like, maybe you should try it out. So that's why we're using Sea Lion. Kind of just for this project, I thought it would be nice to dive in. And to be completely honest, so far it's been absolutely lovely to use. I have no complaints. I don't really have any complaints, especially now that I've set up my keyboard shortcuts. Like I think, like I wanted to do one more. I think it's like go to definition or something, or like, what is that called? It's F12. I think I can just, if I just press F12, it will tell me what it is. Referencing, no. Go to DDL, click link. Yeah, what would it be? Go to declaration or usages. That's probably it. So it is go to declaration. So I just want to add Alt G to that, because Alt G is what I'm used to using in Visual Assist, in Visual Studio. So yeah, so now it's good. So I've kind of set up my shortcuts slowly to be, I mean, initially what I did was I switched my key map to be Visual Studio, but then now I've also made it kind of more what I'm used to with Visual Assist and any other custom shortcuts I've done with Visual Studio. So for example, like I have Alt-Shift-O to open a file. So I can just do that. I don't know if that's strictly open file or if it's kind of go to or something, but then I've also got Alt-M to basically give me an outline of the file where I can also type. So if that just means like if I'm in a function or something, I want to jump to like get the get tile function, I can just do Alt-M type in the get tile, hit enter, and that'll take me to that. So I use that a lot in Visual Assist because Alt-M will bring back like a little drop-down list of stuff here. And then then it'll focus your typing there, so you can start typing whatever the function or symbol you want to go to is, and then you can hit enter and jump there. So it's good that it's also like it works with symbols as well, as you can see. So Alt-M does that for me now. Alt-Shift-O does that for me. Alt-G will jump to definition like I'm used to with Visual Assist. So to be honest, like I'm pretty comfortable here now. And I love the way it looks. Like it's all really, okay, that will format things. I meant to do that. Alt-Shift-O for full screen, which is really nice for videos because it hides my, you know, it hides this taskbar here because it just takes you full screen. We got a plugin, I think, installed so that we could have this view here, which is similar to the map view or whatever I use in Visual Studio. Yeah, really clean interface. Seems very fast. Hasn't really crashed or stopped responding. So yeah, like to be honest, I'm really enjoying myself. You know, will I switch from Visual Studio? I don't really imagine so. I mean, the biggest difference here, to be honest, is just the fact that I'm using CMake, which I don't really use that much. So here's CMake, and CLine will actually manage that for you. So you can see like this list of like files to compile, for example, or include in the project. Like that's managed. Like if I add a new file for the UI, it will just add itself here. And then I've added some stuff here manually, such as like pre-compiled headers and whatever. Like I've added that stuff manually. So yeah, like, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of CMake in general, but it is kind of nice in this regard, especially because you can see that for Raylib, like it will try and find Raylib. And if I don't have Raylib on my computer, it will just download it and set it up for me. So like, that's pretty good. You know, that means that if anyone wants to try out this project, like I don't have to worry about either shipping Raylib myself or doing anything like that. And speaking of which, if you guys do !code in the chat, you'll get links to both this repository. So this is the remake that we worked on last time, right? That's all on GitHub. I'm kind of uploading it as I go. So this literally is this project. But then there's also Genesis without the remake, which is the original Java version that I made back in 2012. So if you want to take a look at the code for either of them, all the assets are here as well. Then that will be, yeah, you can see that there. It didn't work out, actually, the links. Let me fix the links, because it didn't, I hit enter, but it didn't actually make a space. Can I not do that? Yeah, I don't think they like new lines. So I'll have to just fix that up. I'm glad someone tried that. I'll just do that. All right, if you guys try !code again, then it should work. All that's left is to set up the color scheme you use in Visual. Oh yeah, the other thing I did, by the way, was I changed the font to be Cascadia code, which is what I use in Visual Studio. I like that. Oh, I should probably enable ligatures actually, because I'm used to using them in Visual Studio Code. I don't know though. I feel like maybe they're worse for like videos, because people get confused. They're like, what the heck is like, you know, this? So maybe it's better to not do that. But yeah, Cascadia code instead of, I think JetBrains Mono was the default one. Like, I just like Cascadia code more. So that's it. Like that's, you know, that's my setup. It looks really nice. I'm happy with it. It looks great. It performs well. Everything seems to work. Oh yeah, and I made the scroll wheel change the size, I think, which is also in general, change font size with control mouse wheel. So yeah, like, I don't know. Look, I'm happy. I'm happy. It's working. It's not getting in my way. If anything, it's a bit more responsive than Visual Studio. It looks a bit better. So to be completely honest, for small projects like this, I have, especially if I need to use CMake, I have no problems. Now for something like Hazel, a little bit bigger, and something that I wouldn't use CMake for, you know, because we use Premake for that. You know, probably wouldn't use CLine for that. But for these little kind of challenge projects or whatever, yeah, I like it. There you go. No, I don't have any videos on my channel teaching how to use CMake. I might do some in the future if I start using CMake more. It's just, I'm not the biggest CMake fan in general. Like, I don't mind it. It's just that I feel like it's just annoying. You know, it just annoys me. Like, I'm never using CMake and I'm like, gee, that's elegant and nice. That's what Premake is. So yeah. Yak and Shears, what's up? Thanks for the raid. What's up, 21 people? Does it do the alt drag for rectangular marquee? Not. I don't think it's quite the same. But like, yes, you can do alt drag, like say this and then type, but it doesn't quite do like a full-on selection box like Visual Studio, I guess will. It'll more do it on a, you can see on a type level. And actually one thing I haven't set up yet is alt shift and like down arrow, up arrow, which in Visual Studio will, you know, kind of do this. So it'll do this without me having to use the mouse. So that's really useful. So I haven't done that yet. I did change alt down arrow and up arrow to just move a line or selected lines. So that's useful. But yeah, anyway, we're gonna get nowhere if I keep talking about my IDE experience. But yeah. As a Visual Studio user, I very much dislike how JetBrains have different shortcuts. Undo, for example. What are you talking about? As if undo is not Control Z. I don't know what you're talking about. I use it daily and by far the best CMake IDE. Yeah, look, I'm inclined to agree that it's the best CMake IDE. Again, I don't use CMake that often, and you know, more serious like projects. Again, like if I was still working at EA, I wouldn't be using CMake either. So therefore, it's like, and also I would probably need some plugins that either EA themselves have created or like, you know, vendors like Sony would have created. You know, for Visual Studio specifically. So it's a little bit hard, like if you're in the industry, especially, well, specifically in the games industry, I'll say, or the game engine industry, to use a different IDE. But again, like at the moment, to be completely honest, I would be like, I think I'm enjoying myself a little bit more than I would be in Visual Studio, if only for the purpose that it looks a little bit cleaner, and also it's just snappier. That's it. For this project though, which is small. So that's my current view. Like I am enjoying it. The only downside, I guess, would be the fact that it's not free, because Visual Studio is free. This is only free for like education kind of thing, right? As far as I'm aware, maybe like if you do some open source software, you can get it for free. But that's the only downside. Otherwise, it's pretty good. I think Control-Shift-Z is redo. So like if I move that, or like, let's just type something. So Control-Z would undo that, Control-Shift-Z is redo, but like that's, and so is Control-Y actually. But I prefer Control-Shift-Z for redo than Control-Y. Because like Y is all the way over there. You know, Control-Z, Control-Shift-Z is, I think, superior. All right, anyway. Is the previous stream VOD available anywhere? Yeah, I don't know why it's not. I have no idea why Twitch did not make that available, because it should have. I've recorded the whole thing though, and I will be posting the full streams on my Cherno Unplugged channel, just for free. So they will be there probably in a couple weeks. And I've also got, like, my editors are basically gonna condense it into an actual like 20 to 30 minute video for YouTube, like this whole process of me remaking this. So yeah, there will be several videos available, and I'm definitely recording this stuff. Good thing I am as well, because that would have been a disaster. Okay, cool. Which IDE do you think is easier to debug? I don't know. I haven't done too much debugging in CLion yet. I've done a little bit, and so far I think I prefer Visual Studio, just because, but that could be just because I'm used to it. And I'm specifically talking about stuff like, I think, like for example, the watch window. Like one thing that was going on is, so I've got a breakpoint here. I can see everything over here. Maybe let's expand this a bit so that you guys can see it past the face cam. Like this is all nice and stuff. But like if I wanted to, you know, if I had like I'm using some raw pointers in some areas. So I think like even in image utils or something, like let's just say I'm reading this. Maybe let's start this up again. Like I was trying to, like here's a buffer, yeah? And it's a uint32t pointer. So I wanna like view that either as an array or maybe cast it to a different type, or, so I don't know how to do that. Because in Visual Studio in the watch window, you know, I guess I can maybe do new watch. Oh, that's gonna make a new one. I guess this is kind of like the watch window. But anyway, in Visual Studio, I would just kind of, I could write like the name of the pointer, I could cast it to a different type, I could put comma and 50 to display like 50 values of that type if it was like an array. I don't know how to do any of that here, and I think I tried to at one point. But I'm sure that exists. I just haven't learnt it yet. So that obviously makes it kind of hard to judge. But like, you know, in terms of like call stack and variable inspection, one thing I actually like is that it automatically shows your variable name. So see your variable values. So see like how, for example, it's got like, you know, path. It automatically shows you what path is. That's really nice. And same with this, like out width, out height, 256, 256. That's really nice because Visual Studio doesn't do that. So that's good because that saves me having to hover over it or look at it over here. So in terms of debugging, yeah, I like that. All right, anyway, guys, that's it. That's it for IDE talk. Let's get back to work. So, yeah, so we've got a few different things we could do. I'm beginning to think that I think collision, because that we can naturally go into that, because I think in level what we did last time was this function that we had over here where we retrieve certain tiles. It used to be called like get tile sprite or something, and it used to return sprites because we have a few different things here. We've got in sprite.h, we've got like all of our sprite definitions, which at the moment is just a coordinate, and then this int size here, which I should probably put somewhere else or hard coded as a define or something because it's constant across everything. But anyway, we've got these sprites here that all this is a coordinate into the sprite sheet. So all of them are defined here though, and I just copied and pasted them basically from the Java version and then, you know, changed them into C++. Because, well, actually the Java version didn't quite have that. The Java version had all of them defined as actual class instances, and each one of these class instances actually had its own pixel buffer that it copied you know, from the sprite sheet into. So that was a bit of a disaster. Again, this was my first game. So in C++, we're not doing that. We're instead of having our own local buffer, we're just referencing the one global buffer basically, which should be good because if we go through and render all the sprites, hopefully that entire buffer might be on the cache and we don't need to go to a billion different places in memory to try and get the pixels for each different sprite because they'll all be in one place. So that's that. And then we started doing the same thing for tiles, which again, in the Java version for tiles, what we had was, again, this public static tile instances. And actually even worse though, than the sprites, I guess, in one sense, we have a different class for each, and they all derive from tile. And the reason why though, fundamentally, is because, for example, some of them, like stone tile, you know, they'll have a function called solid, which will return true instead of false. I think by default, it will return false. So you can pass through it as you're not going to collide with it, but things like rocks, you will collide with. So they had to like have some functionality. And then I think things like, you know, like what was it? Water? Where's water? Water had like some update function, which did some animation by just changing the sprite every like few frames or whatever. But that was actually static anyway, so it wasn't really part of this. Like, it's not really like, it's not like an overridden, function or anything like that. And then I think for trees, so like tree tile or whatever, yeah, see, like the render function rendered two different ones because trees are actually 4 different sprites. They're 4 different sprites like that. So that's why I kind of did it, I think, that way, just because I had some of the tiles did have their own behavior, but we're getting around that here and we're doing it a bit differently. So once again, we're just defining tiles as having a particular type and then a sprite, right? And so, which again, like we could probably change the way this works. Like that's the thing, like if you really wanted to, you don't really need to store, say, a sprite and a tile type. Like you could just not have struct tile, you could just have tile types, and then when it's time to retrieve a sprite for rendering, you could just have a map, for example, that maps a tile type to a sprite, and then you wouldn't really need this. I kind of like this though because it lets us have, like, I guess it lets us have maybe a bit more localized data, because if we're trying to render sprites and we have a whole bunch of tiles, like because these sprites are like copies basically of just these 2 integers, like maybe there's some better localization going there in terms of like, you know, what memory is going to be already preloaded. But I don't know, like I wouldn't be comfortable making that assertion exactly. So like, therefore you could actually ditch this whole tile situation and just have different types and then decide their functionality, you know, by a lookup table basically. So I don't know, like again, like I'm not trying to hyper optimize this necessarily. I'm just trying to port the game, basically, like remake it, I guess, from Java into C++, but I'm trying to, you know, silly things that I would have done back then or whatever, I am trying to fix. Like, I'm trying to come up with, you know, a little bit more of how I would do it these days, obviously, compared to before. And yes, some of these tiles will be solid, some of them will be not. So that's what I mean. Like, if we wanted to, we could have a bool here called solid, you know, false by default or whatever. And then everything that we wanted to be solid, we would just have true, for example. And I might actually add that right now. So stone is solid. The tree tops are not solid, but the trees are solid. But then that's gonna also, like, we want to collide with, I think, well, we'll see how that works, because I actually don't know how trees work exactly, because they're, you know, as I mentioned, they're 4 tiles, but like, I don't know, the collision area is probably this area. So I'm a little bit, maybe it's offset by a bit. I don't know, we'll see. But I could do something like that. So we have solid here. And then if we had like, yeah, sure, snow trees, the tree tops aren't solid because we can go behind them. Water is solid. I guess ice is probably solid because that's just water, but for the snow levels, snow rock is going to be solid. Rock is solid. Stone. What's stone and what's the difference between stone and rock? I actually don't know if stone's used. Maybe stone is walkable. Again, if we're not sure though, we can just look at, you know, for example, stone. And okay, so stone is solid. And I'm guessing rock is as well. Whoops. Yes, okay. So yeah, anyway, that's another advantage. It's just like, instead of having some lookup table or whatever, we just have a struct with all the data, and that's good enough, right? Okay, cool. So again, we're working on collision now, which I think we mostly have, because if we look at mob, that's where I was thinking I was doing this. Yeah, so here we go. So we commented out the actual collision code that tells us whether or not we can move. So let's uncomment that. And then, yeah, like, I think this just becomes this. That's it. So now that we have that, I think it should be able to just read whether or not it's solid. And just like that, we may have collision. Let me just quickly check player, because I think player uses the same move function. Yeah, we may have just introduced collision like that. Let's try these rocks. Check that out. How cool is that? That's so easy. Nice. Okay, and then how does this work? Okay, that works pretty well. Yeah, look at that. And then this should work. Nice. All right. Awesome. I'm pretty happy with that. That's like perfect. As in perfect as in the exact same as the Java version. So that was nice. Cool. All right. So now that we've done collision, yeah, let's introduce the females. Everyone's favorite thing. So, how did we? Because the Java version was kind of weird in that regard. I think, like, the Java version, I think the player spawned the females or something weird. I mean, here it is checking collision with the females. And then it would, I think it would add more females. But initially, I think there's just one female. And when we start the game, this will be, okay. So I did it a bit weirdly for some reason, but inside the game, so the game is like the main file kind of, and we've got that in C++ as well. So when we actually, when player biome is not -1, so -1 actually means that you can see -1, it gets set at the end of this. So -1 means we're playing. If it's not -1, it means that we've basically, this is the first frame, this is the first update loop of a new level. And so therefore it does the initialization here instead of doing it in some other function for some reason. But anyway, and then it just sets player biome to -1. So the next frame, obviously we don't land in here again. So you can see what it does. It creates this instance of a level, which again, we don't need. And then it creates a new female. It adds both the player and the female into the level. It sets very specific spawn coordinates for both of them, which we can set up now as well. And then it will create this new instance of population, which again, I don't think we need either, but we'll see how this will work out. So let's make a player and a female spawn at this location. I don't actually believe we have a female class, which I think we will create because they do seem to have some, you know, functionality that is, yeah, like they have a completely different, like they move randomly, for example. So we're gonna have to make that happen. So let's go ahead and create a C++ class called female. Sure. I would have done that in fork anyway. So a female, I think, is just a mob. Now, I guess Alt Enter, because I was hoping for it to give us some stuff to override, but I forgot if there's a shortcut for that. Generate Alt Insert. Is that what I wanted to do? Interesting. Anyway, if we look at overriding members, so on update, on render, we'll get those guys going. I didn't create definitions for them, but that's okay. So that's interesting. It seems to have some kind of weird spawn coordinate, but I guess that gets overridden because we'll create a new female. It'll have that spawn that we just saw, but then it will be set to this. So I don't think we need to set that. We could just make a constructor, to be completely honest, that just takes in like the spawn position. Like I don't know why that wasn't done. And mob or entity should have public index and y. Because it's okay, sure, we can just do this. Not in this class technically. So I think that'll probably be better. And then we can probably just copy like this. Females can't actually die, I think, so I don't know why this whole health thing has to exist. But either way, so random next int 40. So if we do random, I guess uint. And in terms of range, I guess we'll do 0 to 40 equals 0. And then we have, I wonder if we can just do -1 to 1. Wow, that's actually a uint though, so probably not. So let's just do 3, I guess. Maybe I'll change this a little bit. Or at least make a version that just has a max. Do we need the +1? Yeah, because, okay, so that makes it inclusive. The +1 makes it inclusive, because otherwise mod, like, you know, 3 mod 3 would be 0. So it would never be 3. That makes it inclusive, because you're making 1 more here, so maybe that's alright. So we'll just do that. Okay, XA. So XA, I think in the Java version, so XA, that's our delta, but like I think for some reason it's here. And is there a reason for that? No, I don't know why I made it not local. So we can just do that. Walking, is that something that's in like mob or something? M walking, yeah. Not sure if that's, I think that's because it's used for the rendering thing. So move will do that, and then M health, like again, I don't think health is something that we need, because nothing can really die. So I think we just probably leave that here just in case, but I don't think we need it. I guess I don't really care about this, but I can fix it with that. I should turn off the C-style cast instead of C++ because I prefer the C-style ones. But anyway, so that's that. And then for rendering, that should give it their random behavior basically. So for rendering, do we need that? Like, we did that, didn't we? Yeah, we have an on render. Yeah, because we rendered like that. Okay, that's okay. So for rendering then, let's just copy this whole thing. Now, anim, what do we do for player? Yeah, it's just anim, and is that in player? Probably could keep that in mob or something. But also, yeah, I guess we won't though. And sprite flip and stuff. I think they all pretty much need that though. Yeah, but I just made it here. And anim's here, yeah, okay. So let's actually move that. Let's move both of these, I think, to mob. They're initialized, yep. Direction is already in mob. Sprite we'll talk about later. Sprite flip. Okay. Now, yeah, for the sprite, how did I do that in player? Okay, I just had M sprite. Oh, and then it didn't actually, oh, that's update sprite. Oh, right, and then it does this. Okay, because you decided to do it that way, sure. Okay, yep, I guess we'll do the same thing then here. So this will really just be this, I think. Then we'll create update sprite, which can be private. And update sprite will just do that. I guess I can just organize that, or format that. Okay, and then sprites, female. We'll just do this. That should line up and work. Now, the performance, like this, because this used to happen in the Java version on render, in the render function, which ran as fast as it could. That meant that we had some numbers here for how fast the animation should play that were kind of dependent on frame rate. So we don't really want that, obviously. Let me just make sure that's, yeah, that seems good. What was this false? I don't know, but anyway, that's all we need really, I think. If we end up doing this, we could just leave this in the mob class though. We don't need to, as long as update sprite maybe is derived or something, we could just have that be in the mob class, I guess. Because at the moment it's the exact same thing as what we have in player. So yeah, we'll see. Static member accessed through instance. Oh, did I make that static? I must have made get renderer static. Oh, cool. So let's search maybe for application get. Because I can just change it to that. This is pretty cool as well, just being able to edit like this. Cool. Why does it move that there? Because I told it not to. Editor, code style, C++ maybe, syntax style. I forgot where I did this. Well, wouldn't that have just been that? Or do you need... Ah, because references are different, that's why. Okay. So now... Yeah. Cool. The game still needs a Java remake, but this time in IntelliJ. Yeah, every like 12 years, I'll remake it. I'll go from Java originally, then now I'm remaking it in C++, and 12 years later I'll remake it back into Java, and then 12 years after that I'll remake it back into C++. I'm gonna keep going. That's the plan. No, XA and YA shouldn't be velocities that were persistent, because basically all they are just how much do you want to move that frame. And so when you pass it into move, it tries to add XA to X as long as there's no collision. So you can see over here, for example, we'll try to do X plus XA just to see whether or not that results in a tile. And if it does, and it'll do the corner pins or whatever. And then if it results in a tile, then, you know, we'll return solid. True means we can't move or whatever. So, should be right in terms of what we're doing here. Like as in keeping them local. Because this is just the amount we can move per frame, and you can see it's going to be either -1, 0, or 1, and that's it. Actually, because it's inclusive of 3 though, that's wrong. I think this should actually be 2. Because these things are inclusive, because they do max plus 1. Whereas in Java they won't. So therefore we're trying to do -1 to 1. So that's it. And so they don't really have a speed. The speed is just 1. It will just try and move 1 potentially. But, oh no, you're right actually, sorry. You are right. Because of this statement. Because we're not recalculating these every frame. We're trying to, once every 40, like a random chance out of 40, we're trying to give them a new direction. So that's why. Good catch. No, I guess I'll do that. That looks weird though. No. Okay, cool. So I prefer that. Now what's up? Yes, they will move faster on diagonals in this case, because there's a +1/+1 chance. And I guess we won't change that, because that's the original game. Okay, so we're rendering, we're moving them. I think everything is pretty good right now, and we should be rendering, yeah, we should be rendering them as well. So now we just have to add them to the level, I guess, right? And that's all we have to do. So if we go back to the game class here, well, actually, no, level load maybe adds the player, right? So we can also do basically this, make shared female. And then, okay, so 54 and 23. So we were actually using that specific spawn point. Here it seems. Yeah, 5423. So CC626 is where we're at here. 5626. Is that right? CC626. My bad. Thought something was off. And that's it, I think. Like, so if the player collides with them, that's where the breeding happens. But we should just see the female hopefully walking around by itself somewhere. Hey, there it is. Okay, tag is red though, which means you can't breed. Also, the animation's too slow. So let's go back to player, and we'll see how fast the animation will split. So 30 and 15 is kind of what we decided because this is running at 60 FPS. So again, I'm not 100% sure that I want to keep that forever, but for now, yeah, I think we just do basically this, and we'll see that animation hopefully will be faster. But also, no, that was on update. So on update in the Java version did run at 60 FPS, so we should see the same. So there we go. So we've got kind of some random movement going on. You know, 1 in 40 chance for it to change direction into a new random direction. And that's it. And so the idea is we can run into her. Now, you can see though, her tag there, escape closes the mouse. Sorry, it closes the game, which is annoying. So you can see the tag here is red though. It's supposed to be green if breeding has not happened. So we need to make that happen, which I don't really remember how that worked. Unfortunately, I don't even think that was in female. So female does have something called can spawn child, which is true. So I think we just add that. I'll probably just make it public. Which is true. And then I think what we did was something inside the renderer maybe. So like the screen class, render mob. Yeah, this is a bit annoying, but if mob is instance of female and mob can spawn child, then we just did a little color switch. So I mean, of course we can still do that. The thing is, I don't really want to ask it if it's a female. But I think there's a way around that. I think what we can do, even though it doesn't really make sense, but it will work, like it'll work, is this can spawn child. We can actually put it into mob. And the reason why is because I think that tag color of red is very specific. So if we basically put this, let's make it public. So can spawn child is a public variable inside the mob class now. What we can actually do is, I mean, look, there's lots of things we could do, but I think this will probably work because what's happening here is we're very specifically looking for this color. And this color is a predominantly red color. That's that red tag. Now, if we look at, can I open this in Explorer or whatever? Open in Explorer. So this specifically, let me open it in Paint, because otherwise it will be, yeah, so see this? Oh, well, no, actually, this also has this red tag. Okay, that's annoying. So the player also has that. Because I was going to say, if this was even slightly a different color, then we can just look at can spawn child and leave it red. But actually, actually though, the point is to change it to green if can spawn child is true. But can spawn child will always be false for the player and for the male children. So therefore, we just do it on the females. So it doesn't matter that this color is the same. That's my point, because we'll never be changing it to green, only for the females. So I actually think that that luckily works out. So what I need to do is for mob, I need to make sure so I need to make sure it's false basically. But for female, when we create a female, we set can spawn child to true, right? So can spawn child becomes true for a female, just for a female. And what that means is in the renderer, we're gonna look for that specific color, which is flipped in our version, but basically for this specific color, and we're gonna change it to that color if can spawn child is true. That's it. That's the only. So instead of us having to do mob instance of female at all, because I don't want to do that, we just have to check can spawn child. That's it. So, and when does that happen? That happens probably when we get the color. So we'll check for this and then change female tag color. So if color equals that color, but remember we have to do, so 2.3 BC, we have to flip it. I guess we'll first of all do, what does it take here in a mob pointer? So mob can spawn child and color is that. Then we'll do color equals something else, and the something else is this color. And 5B4E. I have to flip the red and blue channels. Cool. And then that's what we'll use. Oh, we actually didn't even end up using it. That's funny. So that's what that should be. So that maybe should make the female green now, and we should remain red. So yeah, we remain red, but the female should be green. The female is green. Beautiful. So, next step is the whole reproduction situation, which happens, I think, on collision with a female. So check collision with females happens here. I'm actually becoming pretty confident that we can finish this game today, because it's like 12 PM. I've still got ages, and we almost have the whole game working. But let's not get too complacent, because then we'll fail. And we also have to do all of the menu and the game state and everything and the population. So there's still quite a bit of work, but we are making progress, which is good. So we got this public spawn. What the heck is a spawn? Okay, that's just a coordinate. Wow. Okay, spawn female, and I think it's trying to decide where to spawn the female. I see. All right. So that's fine. And then, but we have to do the collision, right? So this is the collision with the female. So let's copy this code. I don't know, I haven't even really read it properly, but let's copy that code, and we're gonna take a look at how that works. Let's actually make a function called check female collision. Or maybe female collision check. We'll put all this in. Okay, so we have to go through all the level entities. Let's just have a look at this quickly. And I'll format it as well. We have to go through all the level entities here. If they're female. Okay, so we need a way to get all females. Okay, I might be able to do something better with that, maybe. But we're going to go through all the females. Yeah, and see first of all if they can spawn children. If they can, we're going to spawn a random forest mob, increase the population growth, and then decide a spawn point, I think, based on what? Okay, so there's actually a different amount based on the levels, huh? That's so interesting. Yeah, very interesting. But I guess we keep this because we stay true to the game. Okay, so that's fine. I'm not thrilled with this code, but it's fine. I actually think I will replace this. Check female collision, just because I feel like check is like that's like the verb that makes more sense to put first, I guess, maybe. Anyway. Oh, didn't refactor properly. maybe it's all of the errors, because that did. So one thing I'm thinking though, is that like, because us getting all of the females is such a popular thing to do, maybe we can optimize for that. Because I don't think anywhere else we try and do that. So I don't know, like we could do a couple things. We've got a vector of entities here. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but we could go through all of the entities and just get the females. So one thing I like doing generally when we have derived classes like this is I like to have ultimately a class here, like a kind of like what we did with the tiles maybe, but an enum class called entity type. And this just saves us having to use things like dynamic cast. You know, we can just have like entity none. You know, we can have like player. We can have I'll just say mob maybe. Well, forest mob is technically the name that this game uses. And then, which I might make 3 because they're the most useless. And then we'll have female b2. And so the idea is, like what we can do if we want, we can do a couple things, but I would start by just having a virtual entity type get type, right? So we can have that return, well, we'll probably just make that pure virtual actually, because it doesn't make sense for it to not be overridden. And then for like, say females, you know, obviously we override that and return entity type female. But what you can also do if you wanted to, and this is sometimes useful, is you can actually have a static version of this. And we can call this like get static type, for example. And that just returns, you know, specifically this, or if you have both of them, why is this upset? Because I probably need to keep it going here. Wait, no I don't. Why is that? Maybe this doesn't include something? No, it should. Okay, that's weird. Anyway, we can, this will return this. And we might not need that static type, but I'll show you why it's useful. And then here we can just, return get static type. Okay, so why is this not? Because it's not in mob, but it's in entity. So, like, why does that not work? Does it want me to put that in? Do I have to put it in mob as well? I'm pretty sure you don't in MSVC. Cause see, I don't have to for any of the other ones, so that doesn't make sense. It's const. Oh, thanks guys. Sorry. I forgot the const. Thanks stream. Thanks chat. Okay, so yeah, and the reason why this static type, by the way, is useful is because sometimes you'll have functions like, you know, let's just say, like sometimes you might have templated functions. Like, you know, if we have like, you know, process entity or whatever, and then we actually take in like an entity, then the benefit here is like I can, for example, compare, you know, this entity by doing get static, get type. I can compare that to T because I have that static type there, and I can actually see, like, for example, is that the templated function that I'm talking about? So that's why it's nice to have something like this, because you can do certain things because it's like with templates basically, because it's just a static type that you can call on the actual type itself rather than on an instance. But I don't think we probably won't need that. So I might not actually end up doing that. I might just end up doing this, but that's just a nice trick. Okay, why a static method rather than a static const variable? I don't know. No reason, really. You could do either. Okay, so let's continue on with getting that done for player as well. And then we'll introduce forest mobs, I think, later because they don't exist. And the reason why I even started this, I think, is because, because we need to go through all, so let's go back to here. In level, I'm going to, I think I'm just going to, because entities is not, we can't really access entities. I'm about to make that happen, but maybe I'll make a I don't know, entity list, I guess. It's not really a list, it's a factor, like, it's not a linked list, but I might do this. So const entity list, get entities. But I also wanted to have something that was like, this, but specifically females. And I just feel like it's probably nicer to just get that done here. Probably have to do a forward declaration here. And that will just go through all of the entities that we have here. And add it into a list. How did I copy the the current file path accidentally? That's funny. What's the stupid shared pointer cast thing? Probably like dynamic pointer cast or something. We could do it statically though, we know it's correct. I guess we should. So now we just have all the females basically. Oh, we don't even have remove implemented. Yeah, we should make that happen. We probably could use something like C++ ranges filter view or something to avoid that. I did think about that, but I just don't think it's don't think we'll really see a difference. And I did want to cast them as well. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I don't really like copying shared pointers if I can avoid it, just because of the atomic increment and everything, so that would be better to do. Okay, so now, if we go back to player CPP, so yeah, so basically the idea is we get rid of a lot of this stuff, and like all we really need to do is do like level get female entities, and that already gives us a filtered list of all of this. So this basically just becomes auto females, and then that's it. Like we can get rid of all of this basically. I think that's right. Maybe not, maybe I'm missing one. So X actually is our X, isn't it? And this is female X. Might have to include female, actually. Okay, random next int. Oh, what? That's inside the for loop. Whoa. It's a bit weird. Doesn't that mean it's going to randomly generate a number every time it checks that condition? That's a bit wild. I guess that's a bug? I don't know. Include female data for it was that simple. That's funny. Yeah, let's just do random uint. So we want +1, but it's inclusive, so we'll do 3. Okay, so we need to create a new forest mob. So forest mobs don't exist yet. I guess we'll just create them. I might actually just copy and paste this. Yeah, can I duplicate them or something? Because usually I just copy paste them in. Usually I just copy paste them in Visual Studio and I'll call them like copy or something. It's a bit annoying, isn't it? Oh well. Okay, so the movement's like the same. And again, this health thing, like I don't know about that. And XA and YA. Mobs all move, like I feel like XA, YA should probably be in mob rather than in specifically, you know, like female or whatever. So we can probably move that into here. Maybe above direction or something, because that's related to movement. Yeah, like, see, I think, like, you know, I wrote this code like this back then. For some reason, what I would probably do these days is I'd actually assign walking to this condition, right? And then check walking. And that just obviously makes it a little cleaner because you just don't need this else. Because you just wind up with that, you know? So, and you don't need that. So this is kind of what you end up with. So, that's another kind of past Cherno, present Cherno thing. But yeah, I'll keep this here. I don't think we need it, but I'll keep it here anyway. And then this, so random uint. So it was like 40, but Java doesn't actually include it. So I don't know. So this is the thing. I could also keep this as 40, but realistically, I think 39 would be true to the original game but it's gonna have a different random number generator engine anyway. But the reason why is because in Java, if you do 40, it'll give you a number between 0 and 39. But in my version, because this uint function adds 1, it will give you a number between, like, it'll be inclusive with that, right? So I don't know, like, do we stay true to the original? I guess so, because we want that same chance. But otherwise we would make it, like, because if we port this and we make it 40, it's technically less likely, you know, for this to happen. So considerations to make. Okay, so this becomes this. However, again, this should be 2, not 3. So we're getting a number between -1 and 1. And then I guess we can make this a cast here as well, because that's an integer, because we can go negative. Okay, render. So again, we've got this animated sprite situation. It's basically the same, I think. Oh, but we use a player sprite, and then we render the mob. So yeah, this is like getting a little bit annoying because the rendering's all the same all the time. So let me do this maybe. I think I'm gonna do this. So what we'll do is we'll actually take update sprite and we will make it update sprite has to be, I'll actually leave it here, but I'll just make it protected and virtual. And then we're gonna make a update sprite here. And then what we'll actually do is, I think this render situation, we just override it here. And the reason why is because basically all of the rendering is the same. It's always this. So for all the mobs. So I think we just shove that in here. We don't need that anymore, and it's just update sprite that we need because the rendering is going to be identical. And we can do the same for female as well. So update sprite is going to be virtual override. Render disappears. Female render disappears, and we just have update sprite. And same now for forest mob. We don't have render, but we do have update sprite, which we already have. Well, actually, we don't, but we're about to. And yeah, I mean, it's practically the same. I'll copy it anyway, just in case it's a bit different, and we don't need to do the spawning stuff. So anim will replace with anim. What do I mean by spawning stuff? What do I say? I don't remember. What's is there a shortcut for replace all? Because I keep clicking it because I don't know what to do. It's none of these. I don't know. And it doesn't say. Now this, I think, also is supposed to be 30 greater than 15 instead. Okay. So that's it. Look, in this case, I think it's actually identical to the player one, but whatever. That is our forest mob, I think. That's all the forest mob does. It does have this though, but I think that does get overridden. Because when the player ends up spawning this due to breeding, let's spawn female. We add forest mobs. Oh, of course, yeah, we never add them randomly. So to be honest, I think, yeah, we also do basically what we did before, which is X and Y is here. And that's kind of, that's that. So now back to player where all of this is going down. What is this like thing? Overrides and I don't know. It's like a green and a blue arrow. Fun. Right, so we need to make a new forest mob, which I guess we need to do as a shared pointer. Because I can just do auto m equals a city make shared forest mob, and then we give it an x and a y, which is I think our x and y basically, because of the breeding. No. So that's that. Yeah, the sound we'll do obviously at the end, and then we need to do m level. I guess yeah, I guess we can just do this. The whole population growth thing we need to do. Entity can spawn child is now false. This is our female. Now we need to see what level it is. So at the moment we only have one level, so this is kind of easy, but I will have to, I do want to make all the levels work. We'll do that last though. So let's leave this like that. We're gonna basically, okay, so we need to figure out where to spawn a female. Oh, okay, it actually calls a function twice as well. That's interesting. So basically what we had here is we had a function called spawn female, which returns a random spawn point, but it's funny because we end up calling it twice. So we actually generate 2 random spawn points, but whatever. And all it is, yeah, spawn is just an X and a Y. So we don't really need to make that class, but this is the function. So let's copy that function. We can make it private. Now, yeah, we can like, I guess I could just return a pair. What was it called? Paste it just to see what's called. Spawn female. Yeah, I thought so. Paste that in. Get rid of this. So lots of random number generation happening here apparently. So we'll do next int, I guess just 1. Okay, yeah, so now it's going to depend on what level it is. So we know it's ocean is the only level we actually have at the moment. So we'll get rid of that and we'll just execute this branch. But yeah, it's just going to be, so 42 and 5. So I guess 41 and 4. Keep the plus the same. I guess I could just make an int version. We are using that a lot and it's getting annoying just casting all this. So let's just do int. And to be fair, because this is going to be a positive int anyway, and I don't think I'll allow us putting in a negative number, we could just cast this to an int. Like it could just be that. So I guess I should make this like that as well. That'll just make it a little cleaner. Right. What? No. Forgot the return type. Cool. So yeah, this goes away, that stays, and this goes away. And then we can return a pair of these 2 integers. (21, 13). Okay, so spawn a female. We now have a little thing for that. Probably should call it something else. This as well, this spawn count thing. Let's bring this out here. Make it a random int. we'll get a spawn point. So X and Y, SX and SY, spawn X, spawn Y, we'll say is a spawn female. Look, I think I'm gonna just refactor this to like generate female spawn point or something for whatever that. Just because that makes more sense than what is it? What was it called? Like spawn female? Because it doesn't actually do the spawning. It just gives you a coordinate. Yeah, and then we just do this, I think, and that's it. 2 lines. So this is a female and SXSY. And that's it. That's it. Control F7, I think that will build. Yep. So what happens to, yeah, forest mobs get added randomly, and that happens on collision, which we should check here. So this is pretty cool. This actually might make the game kind of functional now. I guess we test it. That didn't build. And why not? Undefined reference to update sprite. Okay. I guess I just make that optional. But like I could make it not optional, but we'll see. Maybe we make it that, because everything should update its sprite, because otherwise actually we won't have a sprite to render. So now if I collide with the female, ready? Okay. I think I was pressing stuff. I had keys held down, so I think it completely didn't break in the right spot or something. Like as in, I may have advanced forward or something. Maybe not though. But I don't know, because this doesn't make any sense, does it? Oh, it will, guys. It will. It's because the onUpdate function ends up adding entities, and then this is like, what? Okay, so yeah. Like we could just make this a normal loop, and that in that case it would still be dodgy, but at least it wouldn't crash. Or we just like don't add entities immediately, but defer them. So I don't know, like either way is fine. Like for this, it's just the worst case scenario is if you add a bunch of stuff, you might miss updating them that frame. But I guess that's what the Java version did. So if we do want to like be true to that, then we would probably do something like this. And I'm guessing that would work, but it's definitely more dodgy than doing a deferred add. Okay, so there we go. And we should have spawned another female somewhere here, maybe. Let's have a hunt. Yep, there she is. Can we touch her? Yep. And she goes red, as you can see. The tag changes to red. Oh, here's 2 more. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Here's another one. I'm doing pretty well. There's another one. Awesome. So, yeah, I don't know. Deferred add or not. Why are you unhappy? Use range-based for loop instead. How about no, because that crashes. Okay, so, yeah. But if I was doing a deferred add, then obviously I would just... I probably won't bother doing that, at least not now. But, yeah, if I was doing that, then... what would happen is, I guess we would have like a add, but like add later or something, and that would add it to like a queue or a separate list. And then at the beginning of an update, before it starts looping this, we'd have a place here where we, you know, basically add queued entities there, and that's where we would add them to this list, and then we would loop through them. So, you know, we could do that, but it doesn't really matter. In loop at 118 place if aren't females already filtered. Yes, but the can spawn child, just because we can only breed with a female once, so therefore this just prevents us from being able to breed multiple times. So we still need to check this. We could instead get, actually, yeah, that's a good point. Like we could get breedable female entities. Actually, that would be better because that way we wouldn't check this, and also we wouldn't put females that can't be bred with over here, right? So maybe let's do that. Get breedable female entities. And then over here we would basically do and entity. We need to cast it to a female though. Or like either a female or a mob. But we can cast it to a female, and then if female can spawn child, then we add them. So therefore, yeah, we don't need to check this, and also we don't waste time doing collision checks with females that can't be breeded with. But yes, you can see here they do set, it is set to false. Why did we crash here? What? Bit weird. Need to pass female to in place. Oh yeah, you're right. Thanks. Surprised that didn't give me an error. I guess because I'm in placing back an empty, like a default constructed. Shouldn't have had a default constructor though. I guess I do have a default constructor. Do I? Does mock? None of this has a default constructor. So why was that? That should have been an error. Oh, it's a shared pointer. That's why it's not this class. All right. Looking good. Now, what's next though? I guess we just keep score now, because we basically got the whole game loop going, I think. Like not like the life loop of the app and everything with like the main menu and like restarting the game. But what I mean is like the main gameplay is there. So yeah, so I think we do population now. What was this for? We've already got the animation happening. I think we don't need this. Didn't we have like way more functionality for the actual level we needed? Oh, well, yeah, actually, because we got the torches and they have to emit light and we need the day-night cycle. Okay, let's do population first, though, and we'll figure out how to render text as well inside Raylib, because I haven't done that yet. Yeah, we got quite a lot of work, actually. I forgot about the day-night cycle and the lighting and everything. So, so let's see. I think in player is where we saw some of the population stuff happening, but also there's a class called population, and that actually does the text rendering. But it's all static. Extends interface, what the heck's that? Just something that has update and render. I don't even think that's used though. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll make a class called population and it will have all of this in it. That makes sense. I'm just gonna leave it on my other monitor and copy from it. I'll put it into level. Doesn't really matter, like it can be a struct or something, but it might end up being, because I think I am gonna have, so it actually has an instance to level though, and we have to instantiate it, interestingly. I mean, that's all right. So we'll instantiate it with a level. And then we'll have, let's have inline static double population. So I think the reason why is because, yeah, so we'll initialize it to like 2, but I guess I wanted to have it be, it's a bit annoying. Population count, we'll call it growth. Because I think the way that the population grows and everything, it's gonna be like 0.05. The thing is, I really hope that I don't, So the population growth, I think, the population gets, that's good. Population plus equals growth, thankfully, is not dependent on frame rate. Because render runs uncapped, but update happens 60 times a second in this game. So that's good that this happens here in update and not in render, because that would be bad. Okay, yeah, we apparently have a level. I don't know if we will just have it be a raw pointer like this. I think over here it's actually, yeah, we could make it a reference. That just means we have to initialize population here though, and level. Yeah, no, that could be done. Because I think population will just be here, and since level gets created here, we could just be like population level, and then I can actually make level be a reference. Maybe even a const reference. No, it's supposed to add. Oh yeah, that's cool. So basically we actually end up adding more females potentially as the population grows. So without us directly having to reproduce. That's interesting. I didn't know about that. I completely forgot about that being a thing. So we'll have that now. And then we need an update function on update. I will have a timestamp even though we're not using it at the moment, and on render, which needs to just render the text. And then, so if I copy this just directly from the Java version, which I'm about to do, then inside update, we have this, and inside render, we have this. So let's make this work. So we have long population, so we'll make it a probably a UN64T population. I guess I should use C standard in instead of standard.h. And we'll do math. So math.floor. So I think like scity floor. And then population is the static one. So population count. I mean, if that's a double, right? So this is kind of like a bit weird. What's it used for anyway? Oh, for this, sure. And if level.play, so we need to have a play state, I guess, which is static, it seems. I didn't even know we had a play state. We probably don't need it to be static. I'll just say bool play equals maybe false. Let's have a look at the Java version and we'll see where that gets set. So here's play, it is false, and then we set it's true somewhere. Update timer will go false. I think something else must set it. How do we do? Is it refactor? No, references, workspace, Control-Shift-G, that's right. Okay, so that will set false. That's... Ah, I see. So I think main menu, when you hit enter on the play button, it will set play to true. Okay, well for now then, we can just do it from game, I guess. So we'll do level load, and then we'll do level dot, I guess we'll just do play equals true. So I won't make it static, but I will make it public. So population count plus equals growth. Why are you upset? I don't have it included, it's just a forward declaration. Okay. Level add, yeah, so there's no such thing as a forest level. Oh, so only on forest levels we add more females. Okay, that would explain why I didn't think that was the case. So ocean level is the only thing we have at the moment. So we'll do, I guess, yeah, we'll just do level.add new ocean mob. What the heck is an ocean mob? What? What? Oh, it's also a player. Well, why isn't it just a forest mob? Or was I, is it because I was going to make them different, but then I never did because it was let them there. I think they're identical. Except this seems like they don't animate. Does this even happen? I mean, it has to, right? I mean, it might not though, because since this growth rate might be like 2 or 3, it might be above 1, you might not ever hit this, right? So I don't know about that, man. Like, this is a bit weird. I think what this should have been is some kind of countdown from 800 or something, instead of an actual mod 800, because it might not be exactly a multiple of 800. So this is super sus. So we'll just leave this here. But I guess for now, we'll keep this. And then I'm not gonna make it an ocean mob, obviously it's just gonna be a forest mob. And also, okay, so the fact that it has no spawn point as well means that it was using that value in the default constructor that was never used before. So actually it was an ocean mob, right? Oh, that's why, man. Okay, they're different types. I'm an idiot. They're like, as in I'm an idiot back then. I'm fine now. They're different because I needed them to spawn at different locations based on the map. So I made a whole duplicate of the class so that we could have forest mobs having these coordinates and then ocean mob having these coordinates initially, instead of just maybe setting that in the constructor. So that's hilarious. So we'll include that. And then this is what I wanted them to have. So let me just drop this down in case I bring back the other stuff later. And we're just gonna say int x and y. This is where I wanted them to spawn. So this is gonna be random int, and then 20 times 16, I guess again, technically -1, because of the difference between Java and my random number generator. So yeah, there you go. That's it, I think, for on update. So we saw this in game, right? So let's also make a level on update, and then we'll do population on update. I should probably have a look at how that's actually done, because they could be done at different times. So population, yeah, has this on update and render. So update and render, where does that happen in game? That happens before level update, okay? So I guess we'll stay true to that. And the rendering now. So again, we'll do a similar thing here. String population display. So std string population display. We'll do std format, population, and pop. Text length. That's nice. That's my centering technology, I guess. If game is instance of snow, we make the color black. Makes sense. And then we'll do this. So render text, which does not exist yet. And then what do we want? We want Population display, which is a string. We want this location and I guess 30, 30, 0. I don't know what any of this means. So let's have a look at the parameters. That's not right. Render text. Style. Wow, style. So I guess that's whether or not it's bold or something. That seems a bit weird. Hopefully that's cached. We've got a color, RGB. Yeah, so we give a hex color and then change it to RGB. Set color, set font, draw string. Yeah, pretty simple, I think. So yeah, let's have a look at how we can render text in Raylib, because we have not done that yet. So this is just, is this XY? Yeah, I think so. XY. Actually, I can copy them. I don't know if we'll need all of them, obviously, but size, style, color. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna have to open up the Raylib cheat sheet for the first time today. Text or font? Never know which one. Okay, our text. So we've got, oh, draw FPS. We should probably do that. Draw text. There you go. We've got font size. That'll be using the default font. We've got position. We've got color. Yeah, draw text. That's got some other stuff. So yeah, let's try that for now. We'll just do draw text. That's funny how easy this is. Hopefully I'm not wrong. And this ends up being very tricky, but we'll see. X, Y, size are even in the same order. Style, I don't know about, it's probably bold or not, but for now we'll do that and we'll have to load a different font, I think. And then color will be, so they want a color, so I think we can just do get color, and that's it, I think. Because they will just take in a hex value. So that's kind of it. The only difference is we might, I can't believe how easy that was. The only difference is that we might need to, I don't know if 0, 0 is bottom left or top left, and also it might need an alpha channel. Whereas I think here, we were just doing an RGB. So what's the color? Oh, color is just white anyway. So I guess let's add the alpha channel because I have a feeling it will need that. And why are you upset? Oh, that's supposed to be static, not here. Wait, no, it's not. It's just because I need to, it's in mob now, isn't it? Do this. All right. Well, I guess we can hit a 5. I mean, it'll be fixed at like, I don't know what the population number is supposed to be. Okay, we didn't see a thing. That's nice. 900 bytes text length and Y is 30. Okay, interesting. We should be rendering though. Oh, but we might be rendering everything else on top, right? I do really like my C-style casts. I don't think you'll convince me otherwise. It's just so much cleaner. Okay, so game. Because if we render the level, won't that just render it on top? Oh, but hang on. No. Where do we do the actual, because obviously we're rendering to pixels here. We're rendering an image here. So where does it do the actual, is that an application? Yeah, so we'll do render update, which will do that, and then we'll do draw texture. So we actually kind of need to draw the font here, I think, after we draw this texture. Because otherwise it doesn't make sense. So any other Raylib drawing code has to happen here, basically. And so we can't do it from game render. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I wanna do render and render UI. Render UI, we'll just call population render. Game logic wise, it might matter if we do update, what order we do update in, but obviously rendering's not gonna matter. So we'll just do render UI, and that way we'll do it, that way we'll do it here after we draw the thing. So we should see it now, I think. Yeah, cool. There it is, right? And it is actually going up by the growth rate. The font is obviously just Raylib's font, so I want to change that. We do need to do load font though. So I was just doing Verdana. That was the true to the, I don't know what the license is on that. People might have that though on their computer, so it might be okay. Did you figure out why you had 2.7k views last stream? Yeah, it was a view bot, I think. Someone unleashed the bots on me, unfortunately. And the way we kind of figured it out was we did like polls, and we did a poll where we asked people, because they would vote really evenly on the polls, the bots. I didn't know they could do polls. So we made a poll and we made people basically pick like the answer to 5 plus 3, I think. And it was like mostly even. Like I think I had 5 options in there. I mean the right answer 8 like was winning by a few hundred votes, but that's it. Everything else was like even. So yeah, weird, very weird. I don't think that's ever happened before. Okay, so what am I trying to do? The font, yeah, okay. I mean, we could do it here. But yeah, I don't know if load font, we probably should do this in like game though, I think, because this is, or even in application, because this is quite central to everything. So maybe we do it like here. We need to probably init the window first, or even renderer could just do it actually, to be honest. Yeah, why wouldn't renderer do it? So this will have to be like, yeah, font or something. Font equals load font. And then, I don't know, if we try to just do like Verdana, I don't think that will work. Because I don't think that's how I think it needs an actual file. So I'm guessing that won't work. Will it tell me it didn't work? I don't know if it will tell me if it didn't work. Font. Default font loaded successfully. Didn't say anything about my font not working. What if I just do this? I mean, it's a font. How do I know if it's loaded successfully? It's a bit weird. Do they have no state? What? Bit weird. I mean, it will apparently log if it didn't work. We could try and do the draw or render, what is it? String text with a font, right? So just draw text will not take in a font. But draw text EX, for example, will. And then what does it want? Text, vector 2 position. How do you, I guess you just do X and Y like that. A size, a spacing, and a color. Why is a color called tint though, and not color? Any reason? Let's see if this works. I don't feel like it shouldn't. Thanks, Vinicius Almeida. Almeida, thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, that didn't work. So, I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure that inside my C drive, if I go C, Windows fonts, probably find Verdana there. Don't think I know what the file is though, because Windows is all annoying with this. Okay, it's just verdana.ttf, I think. So I should be able to just test it out by doing that. Oh, that actually didn't work. What? So that didn't work, but my one did work, but it didn't display properly. What? But should be a file name. So you're telling me this worked because it didn't give me a crash. But it does say failed to open file. Yeah, failed to load font texture using default font. Okay. But how did it do that before initializing Raylib? Oh, I should have done this here probably. I think that's why actually. I know why. Yeah, okay. So the reason why is because I had it in the constructor, which doesn't actually have anything initialized, but because it can't find the file name, it can't even like begin. So it fails at the file check before it gets to the graphics driver. So this probably will work. Okay, well, I guess it did. It didn't even like say anything about it, which makes me think that it did work, but I'm not seeing it. So font text position. Okay, well anyway, I say we just like download a font, because that's the default font with like bad spacing or something. Ah, here it is, failed to open file. Okay, so it didn't work. Fonts, not font. Okay, yep, that definitely worked. The size looks terrible or whatever. Okay, let's download a font, I guess. Google Fonts. Get something from Google Fonts, maybe. I mean, Roboto is pretty standard. This one looks kind of cool, actually, later. Don't know if I've used that before. Open font license. Pretty good. Let's grab it. Probably either, maybe I should use bold or like, yeah. I'll get regular and bold for now. Okay, that's cool. I just really don't like the size I get, like, because it's gonna load a default size, but that size sucks. That's the one thing I guess I don't like, that it's not sign distance field fonts. Now what size is it actually gonna use there? So population, CPP. Size is 30 apparently. So I guess I just load that in 30, at least to begin with. Let's see what they have. Load font. EX, I guess. So we do font size we'll set to 30. Null pointer and 0 for the code points and stuff, because it's just gonna load everything, I guess. Now what's the default font though? Size. Default size. Oh, 32. Why did that look so bad then? That's odd. Oh yeah, okay, that does look better. Okay, so I guess it was just the, yeah. And then let's try like regular. guess you want bold. So yeah, so we need to have we need to load like the right font size for what we're trying to render for every single size, basically, which is the reality with non-signed disk-filled fonts. All right, so when we reproduce with a female, we need to increase the population rate. And I think we were actually doing that, like as in, because I've only commented stuff out, I haven't removed stuff. So population.growth, population growth plus equals population growth divided by 4 apparently. So we'll keep that math. I mean, it's not even that's a double though. Yeah. So there's my population. Might make it look a little bit more like the Java version later, but yeah. Okay, that definitely going up faster. Cool. Right, so population's up. The timer, I want to get, since we want to roll with these fonts, let's get the timer working. So there is a timer. I don't actually know how this even works because you've only got 5 minutes to play the game. So yeah, there has to be a timer. So there's actually this code here that updates once per second. So we probably need to make this happen. And it just does level update timer, and it kind of formats everything for us. And then at some point it's gonna render it. I guess game render is probably where that happens. Click to focus, sure, we can do that as well later. And then level render timer gets called from render, and it just does this. So we've got update timer, got render timer. Okay, let's make that happen. So first up, I guess we, like if we wanted to, we could do the, we could actually have a timer that fires every second. I guess we should do that. I mean, we don't have to, obviously. We could just like log the start time and then display the end time, but like get the difference between that in seconds and then just display that. But I guess we'll stay true to this game. So, yeah, so then let's make this happen first in application. So yeah, all we have to do is, I guess, get the current time. So when we start the game, we need to get the current time. Does Raylib have any time-related utilities? Get time. Like, yes, I guess so. Let's have a look at this. Get elapsed time measure in seconds since init timer. WW get time. Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. But we have to do init timer, I think. Oh, that happens automatically. Yeah, inside this. So, in seconds, was it? All right, well, that's pretty easy. So we just do, and what was it? It was a double. So while we're doing all of this, I guess we can just say, okay, it's actually gonna potentially fire more than once because it's in a while loop. That's interesting. So we'll do it again, get time minus last time, except instead of milliseconds, it's in seconds. So if it's greater than 1, then we do last, so this is how it kind of works. We do last time, I guess, plus plus. And then that means that if we somehow froze for 3 seconds, it will actually shoot 3 of these in a row. I don't think we need that, but that's how this game used to work. We'll do system out print line, so I guess I can do that part. We'll do, frame rate. Yeah, we're not even measuring it. Yeah, no, let's not do that. But we will do level dot M level update time. All right. So the idea is this just fires once per second. But actually, I think we do need this. Like, we do need this whole accumulation thing and a while loop, because if someone even just grabs the title bar, it will freeze everything, which means that they can just like pause the game. I mean, pausing the game might be acceptable, but this way, if they do that, this will catch up because physically time has passed. So I guess it's a little bit more secure technically. So M level, oh, right, okay, that's not a thing. So we have to do, I guess we'll do game, once per second or something. I don't know. And that will do this. And render timer will come from game UI. So population on render and level render timer. Okay, so we're finally in update timer for level. So let's have a look at what I wrote here. Basically this. And then render timer has to render it. Like so. Maybe put this at the bottom of the file. Okay, timer string, we've got a bunch of timer stuff, timer M, whatever that is. If it's a snow level, we flip the color, so we don't really care about that. Add some Fs. And then if play, which just has a capital P, I think. Then we do, yeah, we just do renderer. Oh, we need to get the renderer. Basically do this. Fix up everything I can here. Okay, and then I'm gonna start making these variables. So these are basically the three that we have. I don't know what M&S actually means. Oh, minutes and seconds. Okay. Okay, so I think it's just that. But then there's a 0 at the end. Very weird. I guess that's just a special case for that. And then here we got just without the 0, I think. And then time a second. Oh no, we've got the 0. But we've got, I think that's right. Well, we'll see. We'll see if it looks right. That's it for here. And then timer string is just timer string. Now I should be updating everything. Did I put it in once per second? Yeah, I did. Okay, so there's the timer. It's a bit off string. And why does it say string? Why I do? It's a bit off screen though. Must have put something weird in here. Oh, well, there's this. That might be wrong. No, that should work. So minutes and seconds. Okay, there we go. So let's just pull that up a bit. So why is the Y? I think it just renders a little bit. Like it probably starts from the top left corner in Java and the bottom or something in Raylib. All right. So yeah, we got our timer. Seems to work pretty well. And yeah, this is what I was saying. If we pause this, so see how I've kind of paused it by grabbing the title bar. If I let go, it should catch up. See? So that's good, I guess. If you want to be all MLG. Anyway. Yeah, so we'll do that little switch if we need to for the snow level. I think we would just move on to lighting now. I think that's what we do. So, yeah, and the whole day-night cycle situation, right? Which is probably going to be like half the work of this game. I mean, because the game is basically, apart from the audio, which like is whatever, and then the main menu, which also is like whatever, meaning like it shouldn't be difficult. Yeah, I think we should be okay. So basically in this level file in Java, we have this brightness and then we have a day-night boolean apparently. So let's see what happens with brightness, and it's static. So we have this public void time, and this will basically just decide what day-night is by explicitly setting it like this, which is again garbage, but whatever. I think I'll just copy this though blindly. And then destroy, we set brightness back to 0. And then I think when we render things, we have to render them by their brightness. And then the light tiles for the torch will make things brighter maybe, I don't know. But let's just go to level. We don't really need to make it static, I think, because most things have access to level. So I'll just do M brightness over here. I guess I can make this public though. Int brightness equals 0, and then but day night is private actually for once, so that's interesting. This is private, so what's that even used for, day night? That's weird, isn't it? Because if that's like private, why do we even need that? We might not need that actually, like that might just be unused, in which case all we're really trying to do is just we use it to know which way to go. Jeez, that's annoying. Okay. And it's called time, the function. Whatever. So let's make a function here called time. And then I guess the idea is it's just brightness plus plus. Oh, this is so annoying, isn't it? Because it's like if night, brightness plus plus return. If day, brightness minus minus return. This obviously does nothing, and we shouldn't never get past these two unless it breaks. And if brightness is greater than 20, then it's day, which means what exactly? And see, this is annoying because, and we go all the way to minus 200. Yeah, so if it exceeds 20, then we're going down all the way to minus 200. And then it goes back up. So, I mean, look, the way I would do this now is probably, like, I'd probably have, like, some kind of brightness delta, which in the beginning, you know, brightness starts at 0, I think. So in the beginning, and then day and night is actually both false. So since brightness is neither of these, and day-night is neither of these, we actually do wind up here, funnily enough, for the first state. And then, once we hit 20, then for the first time, one of these becomes true, which is day, and we'll keep doing none of these, and we'll keep doing the day thing, which is subtracting. So that's kind of funny. So I'd start this delta at 1, basically. And then I just do plus equals delta, brightness delta, and we know that happens every time. This actually can be private though, the brightness delta. And then all we have to do, so we'll do that I guess at the end, because we'll first decide what we're doing. And basically we just do the exact same conditions. So if brightness, sorry, it's without the M. If brightness is less than -200, then we're supposed to switch, then night is true, which means we have to do brightness plus plus. So all we do is we set brightness delta to 1, right? Otherwise, we can do an else if brightness is greater than, say, 20, right? In which case we change the brightness delta to -1. And that's it. Like, that's really all it is. And then you add the delta, and so you're basically going to be oscillating between these two. Now, again, speaking of oscillation, if you really wanted to, you could also have like, you could have like some math function or whatever that decides like what range you're in and maps it to like, a particular delta or something. But I just think that like you probably don't need that. And you could just, so what I mean is like, because I drew this like a sine or a cosine function here, like what you could do, and obviously this isn't exactly as linear as we had before, but if you wanted to, you could just have a function where this is obviously time, x is time, and then y is your brightness. And then of course you could map it to be between -220 by just doing some like a scale bias, basically like an offset and a scalar and a scale. And then what you could do is like, just have the total elapsed time since the beginning. And what that lets you do is at any point in time, in gameplay time, you're just able to easily find what the brightness level should be for like, I've got 3 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock or whatever. What's the brightness at that point in time, right? Instead of actually manually maintaining it. So that's also valid, obviously, to do. And then the only difference is that obviously with like a sine and a cosine, like it's not linear. But I don't know. I guess we'll stay true to the game and we'll just make it this. And obviously that is a lot simpler than this garbage, which also has separate day-night variables. Like, why wouldn't you just have day and it's either false or true, or night is either false or true, but it's like two different booleans and then this and then a magic state for the first like 20 frames of the game or whatever, first 20 seconds of the game. Like, it's funny, but whatever, So where does time get called from though? Let's have a look. So level update actually calls time, really? But only, we do time plus plus and time mod 50 equals 0. That's hilarious. So yes, we will stay true to that as well. So on update, so we'll do m time plus plus, because we apparently need that as well. This is just a general timer. And then if m time, so every 50 frames, this is running at 60 times per second, this function, so it'll be almost every second. We'll just call time. Well, what we could have easily done is if you just wanted this to be, if I wanted this to be 60, which is not what the original game does, it does it a bit quicker, then obviously I could have just chucked it into game once per second. I could have just done level time, and then that's it. But again, like I guess I was specific and I want it to be like this, so it is what it is. So that's pretty cool now, because you can see this update function now matches basically what we have here, right? So we have the time section, we have the entity update, and we have the green section. So that's now update water sprite, the entities, and then the timer, right? So that's kind of a parallel now. We've got the complete picture as far as the update function goes. And we've got a brightness variable, which we can now use for pretty much everything. So let's have a look at the renderer, which is a screen class. And specifically, we're gonna have a look at how I actually use that brightness variable, I guess. Because basically everything has a brightness. So like render tile, for example, you can see what we do here is we actually pass the color into this class called Cherno color, and we do change brightness. And we pass in the original and then the brightness. And then that spits out a new color for us to use, and we do that for everything except for if it's a torch tile. So this isn't really applying the lighting. I think render light maybe is what ends up applying lighting by like tinting the pixels. So we do that in a separate pass, I guess, but this is us actually making tiles darker, I guess, based on the level of brightness. And change brightness just seems to do this. So it extracts all the different channels, it clamps it to some amount, and then it just adds the amount we're trying to add. And I guess that's why level brightness is probably between like -200 or something and 20, right? And and then we pack it back up. So sure, I mean, that's fine. So I guess, you know, and it's very interesting. This is, I guess it's Cherno color because this happens in a few different places. Like not, I mean, this just happens in the screen class, which again begs, because I was originally going to say like, why is this not just done in the renderer? You know, why does this need a separate class called Cherno color? But, and then tint is only ever done here as well. So weird. I don't know. Maybe I thought that this would need to be accessed in other places. Again, it could have just been static inside screen, but I think because it's like this, I think we're just gonna put it into the renderer, and I can make it private as well. So we're gonna do uint32t change brightness. So we take in a color and an amount. I'll keep the same variable names to make it easier. And then we're gonna have a tint, which again is gonna do the same thing. Color, let me just copy. And that's actually got doubles for everything else. RGB, doubles apparently. Okay, we'll add these functions. I might put them at the very end. And then we can just copy them from Java. And I think that should reasonably work. Yeah, no compile errors at all. Yeah, so we got that and that. If I do Control Alt Enter, I was gonna say it should format it, but it's not. Does it think I like one-line if statements? Line breaks and wrapping. I mean, I guess it seems like it should do that, but whatever. I feel like whatever. Like we can keep it like this. It'll be much more condensed and an homage to the original Java version, where which I was like at a point in my life where I liked one-line if statements. Raylib has color brightness for this. Oh, that's nice. That's good. That's good to know. I don't think we'll use it though, just because. Like, I guess we'd have to convert to and from Raylib's colors, whereas because we're doing direct pixel rendering here, it's not as useful. Okay, anyway, so yeah, so change brightness and tint is now a thing finally, so that means that inside backend screen, when we do the render tile, for example, we can make sure that if we are rendering it, so it's not transparent or whatever, we're gonna change the color if it's not a torch tile. And we do the same thing with just this render tile. I don't know what the difference is. Oh, tile and sprite. Do we use much of this one? Yes, apparently we use both of them. Interesting. So Snow Tree tile uses render tile with the sprite. Oh, instead of this, because it's two different ones. Okay, but I think the gist is the same. So then back in, because we just have the one, I think we just made, maybe not. Oh yeah, no, maybe we do use both, because if we look at it at the treetops, how do the treetops get rendered? That's in level, and then it'll do, oh right, so yes, we'll do render sprite. So do we have a render, maybe we don't have a render tile. Okay, yeah, render mob is what passes in like the actual mob objects, so this. Because I was just thinking of how over here we actually pass in this, and I thought that was a tile, but that's for mobs. So then, yeah, we've just got render sprite, because that makes it a little bit easier. So then over here, we'll apply the brightness basically. We'll just say color equals change brightness, color, and then level dot brightness. Like that. It's not static. Oh, yeah, I wanted to not make it. I didn't think we needed to make it static, but I don't think the renderer has access to level, so I guess we'll just make it static. It was static in the Java version. Make it inline static. And then obviously we'll use color, so we're not really using color and we weren't before. So there you go. Oh, color's an int here. I don't think it matters. I guess we can do that if we want to get rid of that warning. Because this is like, oh, but this is uint32t. So to be honest, we probably should have been using, and I think that's uint32t. So I think we should do that. Oh. All right, cool. We've got to do the same thing for random mob, don't we? Yeah, so mob actually, so this is interesting, yeah? So mob has a light distance, which is how far away they are from the light. And based on that, we'll actually have like some attenuation going on with the light here. So that's what's broken, I guess. So that's one of the bugs that we had where the lighting was a bit weird. So let's see what we can do there. So I'll grab this for now, and then, or maybe we won't do it yet, I think. So we'll just leave it at that. And then, did we add that light distance thing? Yeah, we do have a light distance, it's a float. And it's -1. Yeah, right. So we have a case here where if it's negative, right, then we don't do anything. So because it must not have a light source nearby. Otherwise we do use it. So yeah, I mean, look, we might as well just do it now, but I just mean, because we don't have a light distance thing being calculated because we're not actually doing light yet, like actual torch light, because that's what that's for. That's for torch light. So light distance, I guess we should add a get light distance something. Yeah, because we're not doing that just yet, it doesn't really make sense, I guess. Let's put the on render first, because that's a virtual. Float get light distance. I'll just do light distance, light dist. So if light dist is less than 0, that means no light source nearby. So we'll just do that normally. Otherwise, so what I'm doing here is, basically it looks like, so I'm casting everything to an int, but otherwise it's the light distance times level brightness times 0.009. That's what's going on. Yeah, sure. I'll change this to be a UN32T as well. All right, coolio. Yeah, I'll fix up all the weird UN32. Well, no, they're not weird, but the UN32T warnings and whatever later. Is there anything else? So it's just random mob and random sprite, I guess, are kind of the only functions at the moment that we have. So let's try that. Now, are we... Oh, what's happening here? Why is that not opening? Pause. What is going on? Or was that just a fail for some reason? That was weird. Let's see if it happens again. Nope, something is wrong. What's going on? And why is it when I pause it, it doesn't show me my call stack? Am I just on the wrong thread? Oh, end drawing, wait. What? Wait time. It's sleeping. That's a bit weird. But there's like some interrupt here, no? Why did it suddenly stop working? Isn't that weird? Because I didn't do anything apart from... Did I do anything? Oh, you think it's working, but it's very bright. Oh, I didn't even think of that possibility. Oh yeah, because you can see population in the corner. Huh, yeah, you're right, that's funny. Okay, so what happened there? Why is that... What did I mess up? Oh, is it not? No, that doesn't make sense. So let's start with the tiles. So what do the tiles do? So we've got level brightness, which I guess should be 20. Maybe it's not 20. Or like maybe it's going up too much. Lower brightness is 2. Okay, that's not going up too much. So lower brightness is 2 still. So let's go into here. That looks reasonable. We cap the amount as well to make sure it doesn't go too bright. But the amount seems to be 0. Why is the amount 0? Wasn't lower brightness 2? Ah, if it's greater than 0, we actually leave it at 0. So we're actually adding nothing to this. So it should be that. What? That is strange. What about the channels though? Because this had to be in a specific order. But even if we're flipping the red and green channels here, it doesn't really make sense. Oh, we're not providing an alpha channel anymore. I think we're losing the alpha channel. That's probably what it is. But also we might be doing this in the wrong order. Yeah. So let's see if we're doing this in the wrong order. I need to speed up the day-night cycle. Perhaps Australia's close to the sun. That's funny. How do I speed up the day-night cycle? I guess level, right? So, oh, well actually I can just make it happen every frame, I think, if I go to update. No, it seems to work. Cool. I was worried it would, like, you know, the colors would be wrong. Like when but I guess they'd be wrong all the time. Anyway, I should put this back. By wrong all the time, I meant like, you know, if I did something like, this. You know, they'd be wrong instantly. Because you're flipping it, even if the amount's 0, you're still reassembling it wrong. So therefore, yeah. Okay, cool. So we got that fixed. We've got day-night cycle now. I guess we work on the torches. So, how do we get? Yeah, so that's what this render light function is. It's basically kind of does the same thing, but then it tints at a particular color. So let's make that happen. Again, that's the renderer. Render sprite, render mob, render light. Now, like, I wouldn't do it this way, you know? Like, these days I would, probably do this as I'm rendering the initial pixels instead of doing it in another pass. But, whatever. I guess if we end up moving this like to the GPU, and this needs tile apparently, which doesn't really exist. But I think it's because it needs to know like if it's a water tile or whatever. I don't know exactly what the deal is with this. Yeah, I think we probably just take in sprite normally. And then it needs RGB and intensity. So that's what it needs. But it's just, the original code took in tile, but we're going to take it as sprite. Okay, and I'm just going to copy the OG code. X offset is this view offset. X and Y. 16, 16, sure. I mean, it's supposed to be sprite size, I guess. Make it a bit more readable. width and height, and this whole clipping thing is, yeah, just M width and M height. Okay, so we actually do a break here instantly. Interestingly, we probably should do a continue. Just because that's not gonna, it's actually gonna abandon the loop in some cases where it probably shouldn't. And then we do an XT to YT clipping. Okay, so this is wrong. But we'll talk about this in a minute. And then we'll probably be able to see the visual result actually. And then we do, so we get the tile sprite pixels here. So this is where it's a bit different because we need to obviously get the sprite sheet buffer and the sprite buffer. And then if we want the color, we have to do this in the sprite buffer. And that gives us a color. Now the whole water tile situation, not sure what's going on here. So if it's a water tile, I specifically do it differently. Otherwise why? What's different about that? So water tile sprite pixels versus tile sprite pixels XSYS times 16. They're exactly the same. So why would this just not be, what the heck? Why would this just not be coming from tile though? That seems ridiculous. Okay, I don't know. I don't think that's necessary at all. Maybe I was thinking something else and I abandoned the idea or something, I'm not sure. We'll check it for alpha as we usually do. So let's just copy this. Check if it now transparency coding. And then color, we'll do tint. And we'll do that. And then we'll apply it back to the image buffer. XOYO. Look at XTYT is what it is now. Okay, and that should be maybe it for rendering light. So now I want to have a look at where that's even called from. So from light tile. Light tile is a thing. Oh my goodness me, that sucks. I'm very upset at that. I mean, I might not necessarily be upset at that, but like, because I guess that is a bit of a special case. Oh, light tile's not a tile. Okay, good, but it has a tile. And that's because it needs to, what, figure out if it's a torch or something? Light tile. And then there's a static list of light tiles here. Is that actually used in places? It looks like it. Lighttile.lighttiles.clear. Oh, I hate badly designed code. Render lighting actually does light tiles, and that's in mob. Oh, whoa. Oh, because that just needs to figure out the distance. Oh man, this is a mess. This is gonna take us half the time to sort through this garbage. No. So let's go back to light. Let's go back to level, because I thought level had light tiles. Look, but then the light tiles is, yeah, it does. And then it does the rendering here, so it figures out where the torches are, I think. That's annoying. So then why do we have light tiles in the light tile class? Like, what are they used for? Or is it, they're the same though, I guess, as the ones there. Except that they never get cleared. Oh man, maybe I found the bug actually. Because mob, I think, does mob look at level light tiles? So it takes in light tile here. And it uses light tile to light tile. So it actually doesn't use the ones from the level. So what if the main menu ones are left over? Or does it clear? No, it doesn't. I don't think. So that's possible. So it basically, I ended up having two duplicate lists of different light tiles, but I think these ones were never removed or cleared or whatever. And these ones were in level. And then you can see I had them here if it's like needs to be a thing, and then I call render. Okay, so we'll kind of set up that system, I think. So we've got our entities, we've got this entity list, and then we're gonna have in level, I guess, let's make a class called light tile. I'm just gonna follow this for now because this code is so complicated that the best way to understand it might just be to write it. And then we can see what's up. This probably will be just coming from level. That's all we need. I don't even know why it needs an X and a Y if it's passed in here. Like, does it ever use this .x? No. Bizarre, man. So let's get rid of this. It doesn't even really need this. Yeah, it's just a render function. Okay, I might get rid of this, to be honest, because I'm just thinking at the moment, like, because we have that post render queue or whatever. We've got like on render has render tile. So I think we maybe just make a light tile. And I mean, a light tile is kind of the same thing though, isn't it? The difference is that it has to get a tile at an offset. Yeah, because it doesn't even it does have a tile, but it doesn't look like it. It's just a local variable within here though. So maybe we even just use render tile. And I think we just do light tiles or something. And then you can see if we find a torch, that's where this comes in. So we literally just do that. Except the difference will be, I guess this. We'll just do the same thing. So now we have the light tiles. And then I think inside here, so where do we do it? We do it before we do post render or the entities or the treetops. So we have to go through and just render, but that might happen within here, I think. Maybe. So we'll go through, so I guess before post render. And then we just have to do I'll just call render light tile. I'll just make a function here, I think in this class that does that. And then I guess you can just take in this. It's gonna give me an option to make it. Guess not, too confused. Oh, well, for one, it's not gonna be able to take that in unless I make render tile external. So maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just do X, Y. Because that's all I need. I don't actually need the tile, I think. And then we're gonna make that basically do this, right? So I'll copy that, put it here, and we'll make it work. So level brightness, we're obviously in level. That's our target brightness, maybe? Or I don't know what TB is. Just format that. Okay, so we're trying to figure out what tile we have. So I think, I mean, we do a similar thing in render, don't we? It's this, I think. We just do that. We're just doing power for a power of 2, so we can just multiply with each other. Pi. Is that like a... Can we do... like that or something? I don't know. I don't really use the standard library much. MPy. But is there a SED numbers pi in C++20? Well, I've never used that before, but we can try it out. Oh, pi v lets us use float. So if we do pi v, that should work. Yeah. But then we can also just do pi. So what are we actually doing? This is a double anyway, so we can just probably just do pi. And then for power, well, yeah, sure, why not? Just make it easier. Cool. Render light, so yeah, we'll have to get the renderer. Which I think we did earlier. Where were we? Cool. I don't know. I think that's it. So we get the tile and we do some stuff to it. We're in the light. Cool. Looks good. I think. I don't know. Oh, we need to do remove. Actually, does remove it even ever happen? Do we ever remove anything? I don't know. I don't think so. JetBrains Master Race. That's funny. I'm just trying it out, but I am enjoying it so far. I can't say I'm not enjoying it. Okay, so do we run this now? Is this gonna do anything? Maybe. I guess the torches, the tiles around the torches should be brighter. Okay, what do we got? Weird. Cannot be used as a function. Oh, it's not a function. Right, pi v I think is a function. What we got here? Oh, tile. It's supposed to be tile.sprite, I think. And we've got the super fast day-night cycle. Hey! Okay, almost good. The actual torches themselves are not bright. And why is that? I think that's because inside screen, when we render a tile, I think probably if it's a torch tile, it shouldn't change brightness or something. Oh, here we go. If tile is not an instance of torch tile, change brightness. So I guess that's easy to do. Well, actually, it's not quite, is it? Because render sprite, at this point, we don't actually have a tile. So we need to make sure that we could obviously see if the sprite is a torch sprite, because that's the only emitting thing, right? So I could quickly just be like bool operator equals because that's kind of what defines the sprite. And that way we can we could do something like render when we do render tile, or actually in renderer. When we do render sprite, we can do what we had here, which is just if sprite doesn't equal sprite's torch, we do that. So I think that will probably work. Yep. So see, they remain bright. Okay, mobs are dark though, so that's next up, I think. And obviously, I'm getting the day-night light, the day-night cycle to happen very quickly. It's not gonna be that fast in the real game. What was I doing, man? I'm still like, I feel like I'm still waking up. It's like it's almost 2 p.m. And we've been streaming for about 3 hours, which is not bad. Okay, so I'm pretty confident we'll be able to actually ship this game at the end of the day. Like, I think I'm pretty confident. In which case, I'm pretty happy because it was not that much time. And Raylib, the great thing is both Sea Lion and Raylib have not gotten in the way whatsoever. Like the most annoying thing was maybe like getting pre-compiled headers with CMake. Working was a bit weird just because I haven't done it in like 5+ years. So that took me a while. That took me like maybe 10 minutes instead of like 30 seconds. But like everything else was pretty good. So I'm pretty happy. Now, yeah, mobs. So mobs are supposed to have some form of light. Render lighting, it's called. And they take in a bunch of these light tiles. And I guess we can just copy this. But if we have a look at where this is called from, because I actually don't know where this is called from. So, for example, for forest mob, oh, okay, it's called for each thing, and it actually uses these light tiles, which is wrong as well. So, interestingly, I think it's okay for it to do render light, because what does that actually do? Like, that's the other thing. In mob, we have the render lighting. What does that actually do? All that does is calculate a light distance. So I think what's important for us to just do, literally, is when we do in the level, because we have a specific sequence that we render all of these in, we render the light tiles first anyway, and I think the entities actually get rendered here. So I think at this point in time, if we wanted to, we could do, before we do entity on render, we can do entity like update lighting. And then we'll pass in the light tiles, because I don't think we've cleared them yet. In fact, I forgot to clear them at all, I think. I don't have to clear them, they're local. That's why. So, because I haven't cleared them yet, but I have rendered light tiles, I think we just do update lighting with the light tiles like that, and that's it. So let's make that, but we need, for that to happen, we need, yeah. I think render tile is gonna have to leave this. I think render tile is gonna have to go into maybe like a public thing inside level. And then we can do this. So we've got our light tiles. We can probably just implement this here, to be honest, because I think it's not really mob specific. And then if we grab this code, we'll paste it here. So LT is light tile. So I think I just replace this with this and we're good. Get I, that's just this. And what else do we have here? What are the challenges it's going to throw at us? So this X, and why do I have a local X? I don't think I do. So let's replace this with this. I don't think anything else is going to get in the way. Oh, I do have one of these guys here, but it's capital anyway, so it actually works out well. It's because I had X and Y in the for loop, that's why I was using this dot X and this dot Y and stuff. But because we've got a capital, it's fine. Boolean is bool, break. Why is this all weirdly like aligned? I guess because C-Line had no idea what to do. Because there's all these errors and like what is this, you know? Okay. Wow. Let's try to make it harder to read. So light distance is just, I think, M light distance. Now that actually might be a mob thing, but there's no real reason for that to be in mob. So let's make that protected, I guess, inside here. We initialize that to null pointer. Okay, so SCD square root. Yeah, pretty good. Like, I think that's it. So we should have a light distance now, which means that when we rendered the mob, the code we already added for this should just work. So let's see if that works. Cool. I mean, I'm bright. Now, I think it might have the same bugs that we had. Because see, I remain bright. So we've successfully replicated the weird bug we had in Java where the mob actually stays lit. Now, is that just because the brightness, like if I go too far, the brightness doesn't update or something? Because I thought we might accidentally fix this bug because we somewhat changed. Because basically in the Java version, there was this static light tiles list that we sometimes used, and I wasn't sure when that was cleared and whatever else, but yeah, apparently we didn't fix it. Merit Counts, what's up? Thanks for the raid. So this might just be weird, or like more so, I don't think it's necessarily weird. I mean, this is weird. Like, I don't know why this has to be so complicated. Like, you'd think that light distance would just be the distance from the light source, but like, why we have to go through all of the light tiles and like try and figure out how bright we should be or something? Like, I'm not sure why I did it this way whatsoever. Cause yeah, so what am I doing here? I'm going through, this is the four corners of the light tiles, like the four corner coordinates actually. Well, no, it's in pixels though. CXCY is the center point of X and Y. So we have the center point now yeah, so we basically figured out, okay, we're on a light tile. Actually, we might not even be on a light tile. This is just all of the light tiles. And then CX and CY is this center point, and all of these other ones are the four corners. So at this point, we check to see if our X location is greater than one of the corners. So LX0 is this corner up here. Well, it's this edge. If our X is greater than that minus the light size, because the light size is 48, so we might be like this far away from the light, but that still counts. We do a bounce check for the same thing for all four edges. So that's what this is. So basically, if we're in here, then we're within the light range. But again, I don't know why I did it in such a complicated way, because obviously I could have just done like, hey, distance between 2 points, done. So weird, but okay. Or at least distance between CX even would kind of work, right? But whatever, I'm within the bounds of the light is basically what's happened here. So then I'm gonna go for LY minus lights size. What? I'm gonna go through every pixel? What? Is this real? Or am I misunderstanding this? Okay, so I'm in that light range here. Yeah, man. This is going through every pixel. I mean, it's gonna be minus 48 plus 48 to LY1 and LY0. So it's not gonna be like... That's quite a lot of pixels to loop through. And why exactly? To figure out which boundary I'm in, or like if I'm So if either any of these is true, we break. Otherwise, we actually do the... But why? I mean, to be fair, unless there's like some bug within the actual checking code, like I think that should probably work. It is just a bit weird. But like also we just know that it clearly doesn't work. And like I do stay lit a lot of the time. Whereas like, I don't know, I mean, what I probably would have done is, because the other thing is like, I guess light tiles have a particular, because actually this is weird though. But it's also because I think one of the other bugs is that because if there are no light tiles visible or something, I don't actually end up doing anything. And also if light distance is greater than 100, it equals -1. But the problem with this is like, what happens if I'm not within a light tile? It doesn't actually reduce my brightness. I think it just keeps it, it doesn't update the light distance to anything. So I feel like if anything, it should probably set light distance to like, not 0, but like, I guess -1 initially, and that might even fix the bug. Yeah, I mean, it's still kind of, it doesn't fade out as smoothly as I'd like, but you can see that if I'm out of the light, it actually does reset me back to 0. So that does fix that bug. But, you know, again, that's fine. I'll keep that here, but I think we can maybe do better than that. The problem is that, like, light tiles at the moment, they're not really assigned a distance from the light source. So I feel like we probably could even do this differently. Where... Because we'll do entity update lighting with all of the light tiles, but we won't know, because like for the light tiles and actually for all of these post-render tiles and everything, we end up doing a range around it. We don't know exactly where the torch tiles are. So, but also we don't really need the light tiles for that. Light tiles make sense if you want that kind of, what we currently have. But if we wanted just a smooth attenuation for the player, which I thought is what I wanted, like I wouldn't have to do that though. So what I mean is, let's just make a light emission tiles for now. And then what I'll do is if we have a torch, yeah, get tile XY. Oh, no, okay, so light tiles actually will just do, it's just we're checking that. Okay, well, whatever. Let's just do a light emission tiles instead. And if we do a light emission tiles, and it's specifically a torch or whatever, then we can do update lighting with light emission tiles. And now we know that what we get here, we know that we've just got, and I'll just make sure I return before we hit this. But, you know, we've got just torch tiles here. So basically we can just loop through them. Might even do it this way. We can just loop through them here, and then just figure out the distance between these two things. Now I think vector2 distance is what we can just use for that from Raylib, just to make it a little bit easier. Not that it's hard to work out the distance between two vectors or 2 points, but we can just do vector2 distance, for example. And so we'll do basically, you know, one will be X and Y, and then the other one will be just RT X and Y. And I think I need to make sure they're in the right space, obviously. Yeah, what's this? Isn't it X and Y? Or is it just complaining because they're floats or something? Not in renderer level. No, so they've got an X and Y, I think. I moved that out. But anyway, they've got an X and a Y. Oh, it's just X and Y like that. Okay, sure. But is that right? No, it's not, because we have to shift it. So, oh, and then we have to work out the center point, actually. That's a good point. Because I guess we want the light emitting from the center. So what we'll do then is, let's do vector 2 player position. And then tile position, or like light position, we'll say, is basically going to be rt.x 4, so we'll shift it left 4 to multiply by 16, get it up into pixel space from the tile coordinate. And then I guess we'll just do +8. And we need to do this first. And same for Y. I think +8 will be down. It might be up. Whatever. And then now we can do distance between player position and light position. So that's basically it. So now that we have a distance, all we have to do is, so what does that give us, a float? All we have to do is basically, do we have a good, let's use std clamp or something? Does Raylib have a clamp, or like what does Raymath have? Because I want to basically, let's have a look. Raymath. Is there like a clamp, or yeah, vector 2 clamp? I mean, I don't know, it's just clamp. Clamp, yeah, okay. So we can just do clamp. Distance equals clamp. I mean, obviously 0, but it won't be less than 0, I guess. It shouldn't be. 0 and yeah, like I guess 48 was the original light. So int light size, we can actually keep that. That was 48. So we'll do light size. Why are you? Values never used. Okay, yeah, sure, thanks. I haven't used it yet. So, and then we can actually do, I guess we can do light size minus, right? So what we've done now is we've basically got a number between 40, like going from 48 all the way down to 0, where 0 is, means that we're like, 48 means that we're right on the light, and then it just linearly goes down to 0, basically. So that's it. And then like from that, I could obviously just calculate the light distance. Now, apparently, the problem though is that this is in fact a distance. So to be fair, we could also get rid of this because it is a distance after all. We could get rid of this and just set light distance to be clamp 0 to light size. So now it'll go all the way up to 48, but apparently it's supposed to go up to 100, and I don't know what math I used here. And I don't know why I would do that considering the light size was actually defined as being 48, but I don't know. And then I think the because the renderer actually uses light distance, not like the brightness or the whatever, like how much to change the brightness by. So that just means that, but on the other hand, like this looks like the higher the brightness, the more it's gonna shift it by. So maybe that is right. Like maybe it was inverted. Let's have a look at what it did. So it did power, so it squared the distance. No, well, yeah. I mean, the more the difference here would be, the higher the number would be. So this does seem like that. Okay, whatever. Let's just try that. And then, of course, we could just double it or something if we wanted it to be, like, up to 100 or whatever. But at the moment, I'm climbing it to 48. But let's just see what that looks like. Okay, so, oh, we need to set it to -1, don't we? Okay, and you can see that it does look like the inverse happens. So I kind of was right. So that's weird though, because that seems like that's not what happens. But we could just do light size minus clamp like that. Now we've got it from, instead of 0 to 48, it's 48, 48 to 0. But yeah, we need to set it to -1 though, if it's not nearby. Okay, so that's wrong. Oh, no, but it should be, because it'll be 0. That's why. And 0 is technically, I guess, acceptable. I don't know though. It feels like I shouldn't need this inversion thing. We could just do that, but I feel like this isn't necessary. Like I feel like that's what it actually wants me to do. Let's have a look though. But it was weird because it wasn't really working. So now I get darker, and if I go into the light source, I do go up in brightness. But the curve does seem weird. I mean, I know it's kind of somewhat dependent on. I know it's somewhat dependent on the day-night cycle as well. So it's not really perfect. But yeah, it's obviously very annoying to just have a light distance instead of like a brightness or like an intensity or anything. Just because first of all, you can't have additive lights. That doesn't really work. But yeah, like it seems to work. Okay, I think we just keep that, whatever. Now we could also multiply it by 2, because again, I think it went up to 100 or something there. But if we do that, we need to make sure that, I guess light size should just be, the way we would do that is light size also has to be like 96 or something. But also, I don't know if we do distance times 2, or like, we could just do it at the end actually. Let's do that instead. So we'll keep this OG, and then I can just do times 2 after the clamp, I guess. I guess that looks a bit better. And yeah, we could also, by the way, make this not, I guess we could change the fall off, but again, it's weird. Like, because it's a light distance and not like an intensity. So I don't know. All right, whatever. I think it's good enough. Okay, so next step then is let's make this, let's make the day-night cycle not that fast. Is that like in the time? Oh, it's an update, I think. And then, okay, so now we have, doesn't the light distance keep getting overwritten? No. No, it shouldn't. I mean, yeah, it will. If it finds the light tiles within the distance, it will override it, but that's the point. It's supposed to happen every frame. Okay, so we got a couple things that we can do now. We can either do audio, or we can do the main menu and the whole game state situation. So being able to hit play, and yeah, I think I'm gonna do that first. I think I want to do the main menu first, because like for the audio, like I think we have 2 different music tracks, one for the main menu, one for the game. Audio on a treadmill with guitar? No, not that kind of audio. In-game audio. So I think, yeah, either we do, yeah, we'll probably do that, and also that will force us to actually make a game state with game over, and we need all those things. So I think we're just going to do that. So if we take a look at how this is, oh yes, I can delete the light class, yes. Delete. Cool. So, for the menu system. So it's kind of cool. I think I'll probably stick to the same thing. We have, I think I don't mind the menu system. We've got all these different menus and they're just derived from that menu class, basically. And then I think the one thing I couldn't figure out for the life of me was how to make it so that I had it on key pressed. So what I have is basically in the update loop, there's a timer. And the reason why the timer's there is so that I can, you know, just quickly tap and select something. But then if I hold it down, you can see it's gonna go through, right? So there was no like, is key pressed or anything. Oh, and we have this cool like menu level as well, by the way, which I should make happen. And then obviously all of these are different pages. We have a nice drop shadow as well, which I guess I'll replicate. And then we can hit play and we get here. Escape brings us back to here. So these are all the menu systems basically. Will I commit these changes? Yes, guess I should do a commit now since I'm about to start on a new feature. Quite a lot of code. So we did all of this today, I think, because I committed before. Lots of stuff. What did I call last time? Basic movement. Gameplay with females is in. Gameplay with females plus lighting, I'll call it. Okay, pushed. So yeah, we're gonna go through this and we'll basically make it work the same way. So let's make a folder here called menu. And we'll just make a normal, like a base class called menu. Sure. So yeah, there's an input handler and a game potentially. I actually don't know which constructor is called. Let's have a look at how we make the menu. So there's this menu, public static menu, and we just do new main menu actually with input, funnily enough. I think game over menu might actually want, oh no, they all take in just input handler. I guess it just knows from the static variables what it needs, funnily enough. So I don't think we're gonna use, I don't think we need a constructor at all, actually. So really, it'll just be virtual void on update, I guess. We'll pass in our time step that we never use, and then on render as well. We'd probably just have something that, excuse me. We'd probably just have something that has these things. So that, because it's not really specific to menu, but I guess we can, yeah, I guess it applies to menu as well. So I guess we can delete the CPP. And then we'll make, let's start with main menu, probably. Thank you all for the bless me's. I don't know why that's not finding it. So let's override. Why new? Weird. Is it not adding these to CMake or something because of this maybe? No, it did add it. Light tile I deleted though. I think that might be causing some issues. Cannot find source file menu.cpp. Yeah, I got rid of that as well. Okay. I think it's happy now. But I don't understand. I thought alt insert, oh there it is, generate, because it was just coming out with a new, it was weird. Alright, so we'll get these guys in. Get that in. I guess we should probably have a virtual destructor, but we might not need it. Okay, so let's have a look at the main menu. So we got like, yeah, we got this time which we don't need. We got some options. We can, we've got an index for the options basically, and then based on when we hit input.use, which is going to be the enter key, I guess, space or enter, we'll set the menu to one of these things from game, apparently, or we will start biome number 2 in this case, which is the ocean level, because that's the only one I kind of shipped, I think, the game with. And then we got some render text happening. Cool, not bad. So let's get the rendering happening for, oh, but also though, the problem is that it's not just this menu, it's just that you guys can probably see that during the whole menu phase, there's actually like a level kind of playing out here. It's not really playing out, but it's like doing stuff, and that actually doesn't change when we change menu screens. So it's not really part of, it's like some other thing we do. So let's maybe track that down, because I think that's what happens. So set menu level, and then you can see it's gonna load this level called test.png. It's gonna create a player apparently, and it's gonna add 20 menu mobs. Now menu mobs I think are exactly the same as normal mobs, except that they have a different spawn point, because back then I was like, oh, I'll make a new class for that. So we need to spawn them at different things, but yeah, let's make this set menu level situation happen. So I think that's gonna be in game. We can make it private, set menu level. And then like, sure, we have a menu theme to play. The level here is going to be level.load, and then this guy. Player, I don't know if we really need that. So what does load do? Load actually creates a player though, and it seems to spawn, yeah, so we need to pass in spawn points and stuff, because that's going to depend on the level type actually. But we don't need that. And then we also wanted to add specifically 20 menu mobs, so which is just going to be forest mobs. But we can do that from here, I guess. So, and it's just 20 of them, and we'll get them to spawn somewhere. So level.add, let's do make shed forest mob, and then we need to look at where menu mobs are spawned, which is at a single coordinate there. Excuse me. So it's just this basically. Yeah, and that's what happens initially, but I think set menu level, like where does that get called from? From just game, and then we do main menu. Okay. But interestingly, like it's got player, but I think player maybe just isn't updated. Or rendered potentially, because I think if it's any of these, I mean update, level.update will probably update the player though. Menu update if menu is not null. And then over here we'll do, like will we render the player, for example. I guess the level gets rendered though, and the player gets rendered part of the level. So yeah, weird. Because we can't see the player, but it seems like the player's added. So I'm just trying to track down what the deal is with that. Like I'm just thinking maybe the camera is, because we do X scroll, Y scroll, and we do render that. Yeah, very weird. But to be honest, player might not be added to the level though, because player is its own thing, which we do actually create here, but we only give him an X and a Y here. So maybe that's why. Like as in, but we still take him somewhere though. And what's the, where does player X and Y go. So X 180, Y 130. That's so weird. Yeah, I think we might need to take in like a player spawn point and a... Because the player at the moment gets added when we do load. I just kind of wanted to go to here. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know, this does seem like it should be part of the level. But I think it's always 1 and 1, so whatever. Let's just go here. And then we'll just do in maybe player X, player Y, female X, female Y. That's a bit annoying. Maybe we won't do this for now. Let's just do that. That way I can make this be a bit more dynamic and put it here. So this stuff will only happen if we hit play, I guess. So for now we'll just do this, and then I think we wanted, like, I think by default the player gets created at what looks like 180 and 130. So we'll get that going. We'll get all of these forest mobs, which move around and stuff. Let's see what that does. Alright, well, yeah, the player is here though. Was the player not there in the Java version? I mean, I don't think so. Yeah, there's no player here. And also it does look different. Now that test.png level, that exists, right? Test, yeah, there it is. So this is supposed to be the menu. I think it just takes place here. It's a very big file, I think. Why is it so big? 1024. These aren't that big, are they? 128. That's so fascinating. But anyway, yeah. So we're gonna track down what's up with this player, because I guess the player's not added to the level though, and that's why they don't get rendered. But we still use them to get the offset right, I think. So I think we just need to not add the player to the level, because I think, see, everything else does level.add player, but not that. I don't know, maybe we change this a bit. We could just add the player manually all the time, obviously, and same with the female. So if we just, but we have to, player actually does have to get set. So let's just do like either add player or, yeah, I guess we can just do that. And then that will specifically do this. And then, yeah, this whole female situation will go back to here. And then for the player, so 180, 130. But yeah, we're trying not to do that though. I think we just maybe see what the game state is and don't do it manually, because otherwise it's really annoying, isn't it? Because the other reason why that actually somewhat worked, so that should work, right? I need to include that. The only reason why this kind of worked in the Java version is because we actually had player just in the root game class. And we were using that, like we were doing the rendering based on the player, like we were setting the camera basically based on where the player was in the world right here inside the game class. But then for this version, we were like, nah, let's do it in level because that's obviously better. So we're doing this offsetting stuff here inside the level, which is what contains the player. So it does make more sense. However, I think what we need to do is we need to, like, levels should be aware of the game state regardless. So, like for example, because there's this like playing thing, right? Like we have, I think play. Yeah, there it is, play. So because that exists, we can just maybe not do anything to do with the player. Like we can still do the offset by the player, but we just can maybe not, either not update the player or, so that means we still have to add the player though. And unfortunately because we add, yeah, so I think, maybe we don't do that then. But that's annoying, we have to do everything manually. So what I'm considering at the moment is not adding the player to the main collection, which kind of means that like we still basically do this and everything, although we have to redo that for the next level anyway. But we still do all of this, but the difference is that when we go through on render, if the player's not added, I guess I'll just do that. It's probably the simplest way. If we don't add the player to the main entities collection, that just means that obviously when we do the entities after that, we have to like manually go player on like render, I think. And then for update, same thing, which is a bit annoying. But the benefit though is that I can only do that if we're playing. So if player render. And that's easier than trying to like, you know, filter this or find the player inside the list of entities. And same with like update. So entities on update, and then if play, we'll do player on update. But yeah, but we still have to offset the player to the right. So yeah, so good. We don't have anything here. Now we're not rendering anything. And the only reason for that, I think, is it looks like we're in the right place, judging by the behavior. Because like if I launch this and I launch the Java version side by side, you'll see that like they come out of the same corner and they kind of look similar, right? Of course, it's randomly generating their move positions, but none of these tiles are here. And the only reason I can think of that happening is because perhaps the colors are for some reason different in that level, which is crazy, but it's possible because I was a weirdo back then. So I don't know though. Let's open this one in Paint. So I think we're basically, stuff's happening here, I think. So you can see that like we got some yellow, we got some green, we got some, I think these blue, that little grid of blue, I think is this. Yeah, and then yeah, we've got a tree here, we've got a torch here, that lines up, we got this here. So what's the deal? But also the grass isn't quite working as well, which is sus. So yeah, we might just be like either in a weird place or something weird's going on somewhere. But I think, like, let's just verify that the colors are correct. So, eyedropper. So that color, how do I see what color that is? So 44C4FF. Let's just make sure that's the same as this. But yeah, it definitely looks like it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. So I wasn't that weird, because that would be very weird. So what could it be? Especially because we're supposed to randomly scatter grass, but it's not working. It's just rendering me green. Could the coordinates be weird? But the coordinates do look right, just because they, you know, the mobs come out of somewhere, right? Like, surely this happens and everything. Oh. Oh, because this is dependent on this being white. Because it's supposed to only do it in white, but I think... No, but hold on. But it is white. Oh, what if it's, buddy, what if this PNG is 32-bit and that one is 24-bit? I think that might be it. Let's have a look here. So bit depth 24. 8. What? Bit depth 8? What? Okay, I reckon we just like load this up in Paint and re-export it maybe. Because that's weird. So let me call this, I'll probably call something else. Because what the heck's 8? This one's 32 now. I think I made them in paint.net. So this also might be wrong. Yeah. But the reason why is because I think... I shouldn't have done it this way. Why did I do it this way? Why did I do it this way? So in image utils, I like made myself a specific order for this. Oh, because I had to, because this is also used for sprites, right? And if I did this the other way around, my sprites would have been weird. Because I was basically thinking like, why would I do it this way? Why would I not just keep it in this order? Because that would mean that my tiles don't have to. So let's actually see if I get tiles here. No, I still didn't get tiles. Oh, well, no, I wouldn't. But see, my sprites are wrong. That's why. That's why I did it that way. Because for rendering, it has to be in that way. But for comparison's sake, it has to be in a different thing. But anyway, the reason why I'm even talking about this is because this thing here is what runs at the moment if it's RGBA. Right? So I probably could, you know, instead of doing a mem copy, I probably could do this instead. And we could still keep alpha at that because we don't really use alpha. But the only difference is that it's going to assemble the channels in the same order. And everything else is going to be the same, except it's going to be times 4 instead of times 3. That's it. So let's try this and we'll see if that makes a difference. Because now that it's 32-bit, it should maybe, but it doesn't. So what's going on then? It's not finding any white? But that image is oh, did I change? Yeah, this is now the 32-bit one. And you're telling me there's no white in this image. What? What are the values in here then? Wait, that's not even running? What? But I'm doing set menu level. And that's doing, is that because this is wrong? It's supposed to be, it's supposed to be this. What? So this was actually not loading anything. And so width and height was 0 and image buffer was null. And so I guess because of our bounds checking, it was just returning grass. That's hilarious. We should probably, yeah, verify that. I mean, we probably did. I just didn't look at the log. Okay, there we go. There's our menu level. Yeah, so just for fun though, if I go back to this and I actually bring back the mem copy and get rid of this, does that work or does it not? Okay, it does work. Yep, so we don't need this. So it does actually assemble the channels in the same order, which is nice. All right, cool. So what does that mean for us? Yeah, and the last thing I guess I can do is I can see whether or not we needed this test 2 or if we could have just used the original one. I don't know what will happen here, but let's see. Because it was 8-bit. Okay, that worked, yeah. I don't know why it's 8 and what that even means. Because I thought that was the bit depth across all the channels, like as in not per channel. So meaning every channel there would have, like 24 just means RGB because 8 bits per channel and you got 3 of them. And RGBA would be 32. But I don't know why it says 8. Like, I don't know. I need to get on my PNG train and learn a bit more, I guess, about PNGs. Okay, anyway, good. We can use the original asset, which I wanted to really do. Now then, and the player looks like he's kind of in the right location. So now we have to render the actual main menu. So to set that up, I think what we kind of wanted to have is we wanted to have, let's just make a shared pointer called menu. No, I can probably include that. And then we'll set menu. So set menu level. Does that actually do, how did we do it in the original? I think we just had set menu level. Yeah, and then so we did that and then we did let's do make shared main menu. No. So we'll make this main menu now. Now, update if menu is not null, we update it and stuff like that. So we can just do if menu on update, and same with the rendering. Okay, and now let's go to the main menu, and we'll get all that happening. So yeah, I mean, we don't need half of this stuff. So I'm gonna probably start with render. So let's just copy render. And then we'll do, let's go like a level or something so I can copy this. And then options.length. So options, we basically have 3 options. So this was SCD. I guess we can just do C strings, const char m options. The reason why is just because Raylib actually wants C strings anyway, so I think it should be okay. So here are our 3 options. I mean, we could have used, if it wasn't an array order, we could have used something else, but we know we have 3 of these, so I'll just do that, I think. I mean, I guess I can do std array if I'm being a little bit nicer. At least that way I have a size and there's no real reason not to use it. What's up, Taimaru? Okay. Style 1. So what is style 1? Because I don't think that's probably the first time I've come. I think it's just a bolder font. Possibly. Render text, style. Oh, style actually goes into here. So style, yeah, style's probably like bold. So whatever, but everything's bold in our version, so we'll just keep that. Okay, so let's see what if we render some main menu stuff. It's probably going to be offset vertically a bit wrong though, or it's just not there. That's weird. Oh, did I make the main menu? I thought I did, yeah. So that we should see. Oh, on render has to happen on render UI. That's why. So if we go to game, this actually has to happen here. Okay, cool. The color is nice. We've got player helping about. Population shouldn't be rendering. I think population should actually, well, according to this, population gets created if we're playing the game. But I think because we need to recreate it actually, don't we? So when we hit play or whatever, we create population. But yeah, I don't know if, but recreating it's kind of difficult because it needs, well, no, I guess it's not difficult. Should be okay. Okay, whatever. Let's focus on the weird colors for now. So main menu. Oh yeah, that's probably because of the lack of alpha. I think there is some definitions in Raylib for this, but this is equally okay. Cool. Yeah, we need to definitely change the vertical alignment, and also the font size needs to be different. So size 30 we have, size 120 we need, and size 50 we need. Yeah, of course we do. I think we probably will do this into the renderer. Into the renderer, we'll probably, instead of font, we'll have a little map of int to font. Ugh. Let's see int types that it wants me to use. I don't know. And so when we do this, for example, we can do, we actually don't really need any of them. Let's do like a little, do one of these guys. And I think we probably don't need this, because here's what I'm gonna do. When we try and render text, I'm gonna basically be like, if, so I guess we can try get the font. Font equals null pointer if mfonts dot contains size. So we're gonna do it by size, then mfonts. How do I keep copying the file path? mfonts dot at size is what we will do. And so if not font here, or maybe I should do it the other way around. If not fonts, no, I should just do that, yeah. Because I don't like the double if statement, oh my gosh. So here we'll do mfonts size equals, I guess load font ex or whatever. Well, basically this. And size will be size, font path we have, and yeah, and that's all we really do. I guess we can do like, we can probably also, yeah, well, yeah, whatever. That's good enough. I don't really care that much, to be honest. Okay, and that way we can just get any size dynamically loaded as we need it, basically. I don't know about unloading and whatever else it does, but we can just have it loaded for the duration of the app. So yeah, so now we get sharp text, which is good. Now, vertical alignment though. So, oh, and we didn't get the nice shadows rendering either. So let me take a little screenshot of this, and I will just try and kind of match it up here. So, because the vertical alignment's going to change, and I mean we are using a different font as well. So it's not gonna be exactly the same, but we can try our best. Yeah, so what's up with the shadow? So the shadow, I guess maybe, no, I mean, okay, we're running the shadow first, then the thing on top. That should probably work. Unless my black is not black. But it looks pretty black to me. Like, why is it not rendering the shadow? I mean, even if this has to be like -2 instead of +2 or -4 or whatever. Now 140, yeah, because that's 140 from the top, so I guess it needs to be like more like, let's just add 200 to it, to everything. We'll see what this ends up being like. Oh, that's the size, isn't it? Okay, so 340, 340. What? Did I have 200 or 100? Yeah, 200. But this was 2, so 4. Oh, that's the X. Ugh, what am I doing? Start again. Everything's the worst. All right, 340, 340. Y, so 388 and 388. Okay, that's way too low. Why is it so low? So this actually should be less than 140 then, is that right? Yeah. Huh, that's kind of strange. Like that looks like it's in the right place, kind of. Almost. Very strange. Anyway, I also really don't like this lack of... So that means that, yeah, up is... Like 0 would be up, and let's just see for the sake of this where it renders this. So that's 0 apparently. What? Or is it doing that? Is the shadow being rendered as well? That's 0? I'm like, why? Why is this 0? Why? Like, as in, this is on the y-axis, that's apparently 0. This text. How and why? That's bizarre. Okay, well, whatever. Let's just set it to like 40 or something. Now, I'm like, I don't know what's up with this weird. Let's open up raylib.h and let's just look at like, I'm just gonna type in black. Okay, that didn't come up. Oh wait, here we go. So black is, let's just try black and white based on their rules, because I have a feeling that maybe it is flipped or something weird, because it's not rendering it at all. So if we just do black and white, then we'll obviously get Raylib's colors. But it's weird because I thought I used them before and stuff. Now, oh, but this is our render text. Oh, and it does get color. Okay, so hold on then. But how does everything else get rendered? I guess we've only been rendering white text so far, haven't we? So it's trying to say that what, that's alpha? What? Yeah, apparently. That's weird. That's super weird. So it's backwards for this compared to everything else. Okay, I don't know. Weird. Yeah, so I guess we go back to +4 or whatever, and I need to adjust everything else. And I guess, like, I don't know, 120 seems a little bit lacking for that. So I want to make it a bit bigger. And I guess it's supposed to be 20. I'm trying to be faithful to the original image here as much as I can. Yeah, that's probably good enough. And then it's supposed to say again by I'm trying to go below that. So let's do like, where was that at? 20. Well, let's try like this. Like, why is that there? Oh, that was X. So I think the reason why, unfortunately, is because it seems to be dependent on the font size. So see, like, this is up here, but then it's supposed to be plus. But then if I make the size like 160, it's gonna be below the Genesis text. See, it's lower now. So that's super annoying. I don't know why they made it like that. Because it seems like all of the corner pins move. And that's why 0 is all the way up there or something. I don't know why. That's weird. So now I have to like guess where this should be, basically. Oh, it's center aligned. Okay, that would make sense, maybe. Well, no, I don't know if it would though, because look, because if we do Genesis at y is 0, right? So y is now 0. I mean, there's a shadow at +4, but 0 is where Genesis, the text, is written. That's 0. So how is this vertically 0 in any way? Unless I'm doing something. I'm not doing anything with the X and Y though. I'm just passing it through. But this is 0. Like, you know, if it was center aligned, then that wouldn't make sense. If it was here, if it was there, like, I don't know where it is. But anyway, I don't really care. I'm just gonna make my thing work. Kind of like the spacing. I feel like the spacing should be a bit more. I think you can control that here. Like if I just make that 2 or something. Is that gonna make, is that like kerning? Yeah. I think so. I think that's a bit nicer. I'll play with that later. Population not updating is because we're on the main menu. It shouldn't even be displaying. I'll make it not display later. Okay, cool. So, was that good-ish? A bit lower. And maybe a bit more to the right. And I think a bit bigger as well. Which, again, is probably going to break everything. Maybe +3 on the shadow. Yeah, +2. Okay, I think I'm done with that. Now, play help in about. Okay, so if the option is selected, we have to add something to it, I think. Oh, in which case I actually might have to make this a city string because they might change. I mean, it's okay if they change, to be honest. But I won't be able to add stuff easily. Yeah, I might just make them strings. But anyway, I think the way that works is, let's just quickly make that work and then I'm going for coffee. So basically, we have this whole situation here that I'm just probably going to copy. So the timer we just don't need. We just flat out don't need anything to do with the timer. So I might strip out the timer initially. That was just because I couldn't get, like, I guess Java doesn't have like a is key pressed or something rather than down. And so I wanted to delay the selections. Selected looks like an int here. And that starts at 0. So let's replace that. Sound stuff we will do later. Timer again, we don't need. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. So options at the moment has this thing here. Now we don't actually, like we don't maybe necessarily have to mutate the actual original string here. I think maybe when we render it, we just mutate it, right? So I think we can just probably say that if, let's just say if I equals selected, then we need to add those things that show that it's selected. And we can do that by, well, let's just do std string selected option equals std format. So we'll do that. Was there a space? Yes, there's a space. And then that. And then we'll obviously do options I. We could, I guess, do this. This will just let us do selected option dot c string. Or just option rather. No, select option equals. So we need it out here just so that it stays alive. Const. But then we'll just have option equal this. So play should probably have that now. Oh yeah, we need to make the rest of this work. Yeah, so in other words, we don't need this at all. It will just happen live basically for us, like as in when it's rendering. All right, was there any other logic here, or was it was just changing the name? Here it's kind of the same thing. We don't need that, but we do need this. So if we go back to like maybe player, just so I can see how we do this. So if input key, I guess enter or space, then we'll do that. And then, yeah, we need to do the help menu. Otherwise, yeah, we don't need that. If selected as 2, then same story here. And that's the about menu. And again, we don't need this garbage. So we're just doing the use case stuff here. And then this again, we don't need. And this is that. And that's how I think this is how we play the game. So we don't need that. A bunch of sound stuff. Level play equals true. Did we end up making that static? No. Game menu is null and play menu bind. So we'll set this up in a minute. But this is what I wanted to do as well. So is key down. So we'll do for this, we'll do is key pressed. And I guess we'll add both of them. So is key pressed. This is, I think, S or down. Or down first so that it's more readable. And then up is up or W. And so we don't need the time for stuff because we are doing we're doing press instead of key down. Okay, so we should be able to move around the menu now, and we should be able to hopefully play the game. So how are we going to do that? I think maybe we just make it so that main menu takes a reference to game, because it's going to be created from the game anyway. So we could try something like this. And that way we could kind of do like, so game does set menu level, like I think it probably should have a play. So remember the way that that worked in the original was a bit weird, I think. I mean, if we look at main menu, I think we just did level.play equals true, game.menu equals null. So we didn't even actually run a function in there, and play menu.biome equals 2. So by setting play menu biome to 2, I think what that means is that like in say update, because it's now 2 and it's not like -1, it runs through all this code once. And that, you know, will set up say population, change biome to -1, actually create the level, do all of that stuff. So I don't really like that design. Yeah, so I think instead we'll just do play, and then that will do something like level.play equals true. It'll also actually load the level though. So I think basically this is what we needed to do. So we've done that. That we can put back, I guess. So level.add. Yeah, and the player's already there. The player probably needs to move though. So we can just have a get player though. Sure, it's gonna be a copy of the shared pointer. So we can do, yes, that I think is the player's location. So if we just do level get player, we can, maybe I'll just do a set position because there's no set position function. X and Y are public, but set position just means that we can do it in one line. We'll just do that. We should include that, I think. So we add a female in the right spot. And that's basically what play does. The biome thing, it doesn't really matter, I think. And there was also, in main menu, there was also, oh, the menu. Yeah, so the menu has to go away. So we can just do menu equals null pointer. Doesn't really matter what order we do it in. Obviously, it's running serial. Oh, cool. Yeah, if you do exclamation mark code, you can see the. Ah, there we go. Okay, cool. So what are we doing here with the errors, bro? No matching function to construct main menu. Yes, that's true. That's because when we do the menu construction here, we need to pass in, I guess, this. And then finally there's this, which I think I just forgot something. Did I? Oh yeah, one more of these. Actually, before you're on that, so game.play. Right, private. Group that. Does all that stuff. Yeah, this stuff will probably happen in gameplay, but I'm not sure because I guess menu theme might actually be owned, but owned by the menu. But like sound theme and sound start maybe should happen here, maybe. Yeah. I don't know, let's have a look. So we should be able to cycle through the menu options and hit play, I guess, maybe. Okay, we can go through the menu options. And then if I hit enter, we play. Look at that. Beautiful. And everything seems to work. Okay, sweet. So, let's call it a break. Let's take, everybody take 5. I think it'll be more than 5, but, ooh. I want to have a break now and have some coffee, and I will be back soon, but we're making pretty good progress. Like I'm pretty confident we'll be able to ship this tonight. I think it'll just be this, like, I don't know, like, should we make all the different, yeah, so we have to finish making all of the, there's all little things, you know, like population shouldn't be rendering here. We have to make all of the rest of the menus because they do nothing. There are technically 3 levels, but we can inspect them in the Java version and see if they're worth recreating. I guess we should, though. We should just make them good. Like, as in, we should make them better, maybe. So that's an option. We don't have to do that, though. The day-night cycle's in the the game over screen. So once this timer runs out, just displaying the menu for the game over thing, and then sound. So I think basically what we'll do is once I come back from coffee, we'll just get the rest of the menus working. Then we'll get, including pressing escape, or escape at the moment closes Raylib, but getting escape working to go back to the main menu. And then we will do the game over screen. Then we'll do the sound. And then hopefully that will mean that all that's left really is whether or not we want to add the other levels. That's it. Because everything else I think is working. Kind of felt like less code. Like, I mean, there was some stuff here that obviously we, like, I mean, apart from the just absolute, like, plethora of classes here, there's so many classes here. Like, it's just crazy. But aside from that, oh wow, I was even going to do like some pathfinding, I think, at one point. But anyway, aside from that, like, there were a few things in the original code that we just didn't do. Like, look, there's even a mini map, so we could get the mini map going. That's cool. Did I add that after Ludum Dare? I feel like I may have added that after Ludum Dare. Okay, map equals new map. So did I not, like, that doesn't actually render anything though. Because I feel like that was actually a mini map. So if I just do, let's just do this. Oh, there it is, it's commented out. Yeah, see? So you have a mini map here, which obviously obscures half your vision, but you can, maybe I was using that for debugging or something, but you can see that, okay, we got 2 more down here. It only shows the entities though. But I guess maybe it either helps with testing or something, but it's kind of more, ooh. Come here. Come on, there we go. So yeah, so that's a feature we could add as well, if we feel like it. But yeah, cool. All right, time to remake game on Hazel next. Yeah, maybe. Oh, what if we make a 3D version in Hazel? That's actually kind of a cool idea. How would that be? I feel like that somehow would be less acceptable or something. All right, cool. Anyway, I'll be back soon. See you guys soon. So I think we can probably get like the rest of the menus implemented. So yeah, let's just do that first maybe. So we got like the help menu, and they're all just like subclasses of menu. And then we got, I think, the about menu as well. And then there is a game over thing. I'm not really sure if that's specifically a menu or how that's made, but we'll see. So I think this is all like a kind of a menu subclass here. And then we'll have to have a look at Javaland and see how. So let's do like the help menu first, because it's got a bunch of stuff here. I think this might automatically put in new lines or something. So I'm gonna see how that works. Oh no, it's not automatically putting in new lines. I just did it as an array. I see, and then I did this. Okay, cool, that's fine. That's easy. And then we got, yeah, the back and blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's just go with this first then. So I think if we look at main menu for a second, yeah, update and render. I don't think we need game, do we? Oh, well, actually we do, because we need to change the menu. So then what happens when in main menu, if we want to go to the help menu, okay, so we do that. Yeah, well, okay, fine. It's a bit weird, but we'll make it work. And we'll need the same thing for the about menu. Maybe all menus should just have this, I don't know. Okay, we need actually need this defined. Oh no, we don't, because it's going to be a reference, my bad. So we'll do the forward declaration here. Okay, so help menu. Let's make the definitions. And then let's see what I did for the help menu. So yeah, there's only one option, I guess. And it's just back, and because it's selected, we do that, I guess. And then all we need in update is probably this kind of thing. Except we don't really need that because there's only one option. And then what that needs to do is, so game, set menu level. That will just happen once. And then when we're in the menus, yeah, we just need to we could do this. Let's and we could just do a menu equals make shared t, and then for all of them we need to pass in this. So that just makes it a little bit easier, I think, because we know which menu we're going to be going to, and we don't need to switch it out. So for example, it would look something like this when we go from main menu to help, which is this one, right? Then instead of having to do game.menu or whatever, we'll just do mgame.setMenu help menu, and that's it, which is nice. And then it will do the rest. Make sure that works, yep. And same with about menu. So we don't have to worry about making it, we don't have to worry about passing in game ourselves. And setting it in game, it will just do it by itself, which is good. Yeah, I guess we don't really need it. We can just use forward declarations, I guess, instead of includes, if we wanted to. You missed the previous stream? Yeah, this will be available both in its entirety and also edited down into a YouTube video on my main channel. In its entirety, it'll be on Cherno Unplugged, my other channel. Okay, so help menu is the one we were doing, right? So yeah, so help menu, we'll just do game.setMenu main menu. Guess I probably don't need this. No, that's same as if we hit input back. So, oh, and it should probably be pressed. Why did I make it down here? Because it should be pressed. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but I do prefer pressed for these things so that it fires once. So escape we need to make, first of all, not close the game, because Raylib just seems to do that by default. So that's it. That's the only option, really, just to go back. Now, the render. So this is how I did it in Java. I just had a string array of text, and each array entry is like a new line. I think these comments are here because if you press Control-Shift-F in Eclipse to format this, if you don't have these here, it will just put them on one line maybe, but it doesn't seem to be doing that anymore. Back in the day, I think it did, or maybe my max line is different now. But anyway, that's why there's a comment after every line. But either way, we can probably just do const char text like that. So this will just be all const char pointers. And it could be somewhere else. I don't really know. I don't really care. That should be good enough anyway. So we've got some const char text here. And then if I copy the rest of what we were doing this in Java. So that will translate to, let's get the renderer. Just format this real quick. So yeah, so that will basically become, so yeah, once again I might use std array. Oh, I don't think I have to use std array. Well, actually it's annoying because then I have to know how many there are. I mean, I could still work it out, right? I could just do that array length, because it's in the stack, so could know what it is, but I guess I'll just do std array. We'll just work it out, I guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I think. What do I call it? Text. CLS forbids conversion from string level to non-const pointer. Yes, sorry. I meant that. So this will be renderer.render text, and everything else I think is fine. This will just be option. Now the one thing I don't like though is this takes in a string, so if we didn't want that to happen, I think I could just make a const char version. And we'll probably just do that. Okay. I think you can infer size of SC array. Really? I did not know I could do that. So I can do that. Might be elsewhere. Oh, so this wants it? Really? I need to have that here. I'm in help menu, right? Yeah. So it's upset about this, I think. Oh, yeah. Wow, cool. I did not know that. That's nice. It does say it can be made const. Yeah. Cool. I could make it static. I don't think I really need to though. I think it might actually be better to just have it on the stack like this. Because well, the other thing that's like important is that these are all going to be in read-only memory. These actual strings. So this is just kind of a pointer to the strings. So therefore, it's not really like this actual memory is going to be elsewhere. So I don't think there's any point in us making this static. I think. I mean, it can be const and const expr or whatever, but yeah. All right, so let's make sure that's good. Now that that's done, I guess we should try it out. So if we go back, we should go back, and if we go, yeah, I think I made help menu. Going to the help menu work as well, Cannot use string view to have one version for string, one for... Yeah, I could. I don't know why I didn't do that initially. Okay, what's this? No match property equals for menu. Equals make shared T. Help menu. That's a bit weird. A help menu is a menu though. That is strange. Okay, I don't agree with that, but anyway. What's the problem with this? Menu is this is a menu. And I'm making a help menu, which is a menu. Now, I don't have some weird... I might have some recursive includes or something. Hopefully not. No, I don't think I do. Because game's included in the CVP. That's odd. That's very strange. Why won't it let me assign a help menu to this? I mean, that's just not gonna work, I think. So that works. What? Messed up the colors again. Yeah, that won't go back because we always had a help menu. But what the heck? Why does that not work? But the type is... What does it say? T equals Genesis help menu. That is ridiculous. Is this some weird, like, special enable if that's just disabling? But that doesn't make sense, because what on earth? Oh. I think it's because of the for declaration. Okay, does this work? Yes. Well, better anyway. I mean, this actually has main menu. This has nothing yet. So wait, so what's that problem? Main menu in function construct Genesis about menu. Undefined reference to about menu constructor. Okay, sure, that's fair. Okay. In the help menu, let's get the colors going. Really try and not display the population as well. And also Y, I think we can start a bit earlier. Yeah, that's pretty good. So maybe even +2 for the shadows instead of +3. Oh, it is +2. It's +3 here. And line spacing maybe could be better. It seems a bit too much. I gotta make sure I do that actually for both. Okay. So I don't want population to be displayed, I think. So basically, population render. Only if we're playing the level, I think. So it's gone now. Let's make escape. How to... So Raylib has this thing that's interesting where if escape will just close it. So window, detect window close or escape key. How, by default, if key escaped? Yeah, by default. So how do I change that? How do I make it so that, I guess I can just Google it, Raylib, don't close on escape key. Set exit key null, I think. Set exit key null. I think it's set a custom key for closing. So in application, init window, set exit key 0. Okay. So now if we hit escape, it should go back to the menu. We can make that work at some point. Okay, so let's do the about menu. So in the Java version, the about menu, same situation here, just a back button, and then this was the about text. So we'll copy a lot of it from the help menu. Probably should move these colors to some central location, but can't say I care too much. I guess this should be size T to avoid some warnings. So we'll make a little option here as well for the back button. To be fair though, we could just make it like hard coded, but it doesn't matter. I'll just do it. What did we start from here? 10. So we did 10 instead of 50, and this was at like 475. I guess we can take a look at that in a minute. Let's make the back button work. Yeah, that should just work. Oops. No way to get out of that yet. Yep, just need black and white. Okay. A little bit hard to read, but whatever. I think the font size could probably be a bit bigger. Let's try 32. It's just, I was using a different font in the Java version. This might be too big though. Yeah, and I don't know if I love it being bold. Like, it's okay if it's bold for some things, but I think bold everywhere is a bit weird. So maybe, and that's what style is supposed to be for, I think. Because we're not using style at the moment. So we could have a bold fonts and a fonts. How do I keep copying the path? I don't know what the shortcut for that is, but it's annoying. I think it's just Latino regular or something. Latino regular, yeah. Or Lato Latino. That's funny. That is funny. Okay, so yeah, so I think we do one of two. So we'll do this. We'll do auto fonts equals style equals style greater than 0. We'll say we'll do bold fonts. Otherwise, we'll do fonts. And yeah, font path. Okay, so we should be able to now select maybe the right font. Okay, so that's the non-bold one, is that right? I guess so. Unless it's not working. But it should be 0 for here and 1 for this. Okay, so 32 I think is still a bit too high. Let's just try 30. Is not bad. I think we just leave it on 30. I might want to pull this up a little bit and make the back button a bit bigger. Sure. And then the help menu. So help menu, yeah, let's go with, I don't know, 30 might be too big for, let's see how that fits, and I'll try to do this and 465 as well. Might not work out well, but now that we've changed the style, it might be different. Yeah, see, there's way more room here. So let's try 30, now that it's not bold. That's pretty good. I don't love this font though. I feel like it's a little too, I don't know. The line spacing a little bit more. That's probably good enough. I need to specify there's a remake somewhere, and then there's play. Oh, okay, the timer was not correct. I think that's because, how does the timer actually work? When you hit play inside game, I think it should, because it's doing update timer at all times, but I think it probably should only do this if leveled up play. But either way, but it resets it though. When you hit play, it loads the level again. Oh, but that doesn't reset the timer. So maybe load can just do, you know, let's do a reset timer. I'll move it down here. And timer will just set that to 5. and sec to 0. Okay, so we can make sure we reset the timer every time we restart. Game over screen. And also escape. Yeah, so escape, I think the way we've got it set, the way it was set up is that if the player hitting escape, or I think the player is called back, input the back, yeah? So if the player hits back, it should just do this basically. Game level destroy, I don't know if we need to do that, probably not. Unless we don't. Actually, no, I guess we don't, because, well, no, we might. Because that's the other thing, right? Load inside level doesn't actually, because we're not destroying the instance, we decided not to do that for some reason. Don't remember why. But that's the only annoying thing, that all of this stuff that we have here needs to get reset. I guess not the player though, and it's mostly just the entities. So I think maybe this should just clear the entities. And then player can, yeah, but also all of this stuff needs to get reset. That's really annoying. That's why it's so nice to delete the object and recreate it, because you get all this stuff kind of for free. Well, width and height will override. Player we can keep though, because I think we specifically wanted to persist the player for some reason. Time and brightness delta though, we have to reset. Otherwise it won't reset. I mean, we don't have to, it's purely aesthetic. We could keep going for no reason. So escape, yeah, escape needs to go back. So we could just do that in game, I guess. Like an update. So if is key pressed, key escape, we could just basically do level.play is false and set menu, main menu. Is that all we would need to do? I guess we'd need to set menu level as well. And then we do this. So this can actually be this. We could probably tie that up into something, but let me just test that real quick. So play, and then escape, we go back here. And okay, population, the population counter didn't reset. Yeah, I think, why is population not in level? Is there a reason for that? I don't think so, apart from the fact that that's how it was in the Java version. Because it's kind of annoying that it has to also do everything here. I mean, it hasn't been render UI, but there should maybe just be like a render UI. Yeah, maybe let's make that happen. So render time I'm actually gonna put down here. And then this is gonna be called render UI, which will call render timer, but it's also gonna probably do it's probably also gonna do render, how does the population get? Oh, population, yeah. So we'll just do population. And we'll move that out of game. So it needs level, which is fine, because we only ever have one instance of level. So I think we just make this constructor actually do something. We'll give it population this. Take away population from here. So if I will play population update, and render. Render UI actually, I think. I mean, same with timer. Why did, oh, because of play. So let's just get rid of it here. And we'll just do all, we'll just do it all here. So this just does render UI now, I think. Yeah, and we have to do populate, we have to reset the population. So we could recreate it. Guess I'll just do this. Yeah, it's all static anyway, which is important, like, because it just means that if we did recreate the class, it wouldn't do anything because it's static. So we just need to reset it manually like that, basically. And I guess we'll do that when we do load. Yeah, see, it's a bit weird to have it, like, population shouldn't even be a class, I think, because everything is like static basically except for this. So it's a bit weird, but whatever, we can do population reset like that, doesn't matter. All right, cool. That should be that. So game over now. So let's have a look at how, because there's a game over menu, I guess, which is this. Tweet your score at the Cherno. So we'll copy that now. Game over menu, Genesis. And I think this is just our stock standard menu, really. Yeah. It actually plays something in the constructor. The constructor causes... this is what the constructor does in the Java version, which I'm not so sure I want to keep, but it plays the game over sound, which is interesting. And then kind of like the main menu, it's got a couple options here. It's got play again and main menu. Trump for Mexicans, thanks for the sub. Actually, an anonymous gifter gave Trump for Mexicans a sub, so thanks anonymous gifter. Play again and main menu. So on update, on render. I mean, update's gonna probably work the same way. It's just that I might just copy and paste it and render as well. Render I'm more interested in because update is just the logic for moving around the menu, which we mostly did before. And menu cycle just gets played and play again. Needs this thing that we need, and it's just, this needs to happen, I guess. But it will anyway, because we actually made that work better. So I think if we just kind of mostly just take this, it'll be good enough. It's just the difference is obviously when we, so there is no number 3. So M selected is 0. Which is play again, I think. Oh yeah, I guess we need to take in game, which is fine. And then yeah, so this stuff will include, except actually no, because I'm not supposed to do the help menu. So this one should be main menu, I think. I'll have to include that. Can include game as well. Okay. So we'll make that happen. The cycling works the same. Option size is different. This needs to be 1, I guess, instead of... Like, I don't know. I mean, I would do this kind of like... We have a clamp in Raymath, but I think this is a float clamp. And I don't think they have, so that's annoying. But yeah, I generally just do a clamp between 0 and 1 instead of having these if statements these days. But like, that's okay. They work, and I'm not using... Like, if I was in Hazel or something, or in Hazel C# API, I would do that because we have functions for that. But since we don't, I won't bother. Now, selected equals 0, that means play again. Otherwise, selected equals 1 means obviously go back to the main menu. So, let's see what play again does. So play again basically does this. So we just set play to true, I guess. So play was set to false at some point, maybe. Let's have a look at how we actually lose though. So what happens, I guess that's like the timer reaching 0. So where do we actually update timer? Okay, so if timer is less than or equal to 0 and play is true, then we set play to false and we make this game over menu thing happen. So, and that happens from level. And it's inside the update timer. Oh, here it is. So play is false. And then we just need to do we have access to the game even? We don't really have access to the game here. We could give ourselves access to the game, obviously, but I think we might have to. Because we basically have to do mgame.set menu to game over menu. So I think we will just do game. Just do a for declaration. And then in game, when we create the level, we'll give it this. Yeah, so now we can, now we can do game over. We'll, hit play false, set menu game over menu. The thing is though, so something has to set menu to null. Play does that. Because I was going to say, okay, cool. All right, well, I guess that should work because we'll have a valid menu. But I think the other difference is that it has to actually like, I guess game over menu can do that though. Game over menu has to actually set menu level. Oh, no, not immediately. That's if you go back to the main menu. Which we'll make that happen. So I think that's what this has to do that then. Okay, so maybe we just like make a template specialization for the main menu. How do I do a template specialization if it's no way in here? I've forgotten how to do that. I think it's just here, isn't it? Except I guess I do need a for declaration and then I have to implement it in here. The reason why is because this will specifically set menu level. But actually, no, because if I'm in the help menu and I go back, I don't want to reset it. So that's probably wrong. That's probably not what I want. I don't always want to do this. So let's not do that then. unfortunately. I think I just need to make set menu level public. So if I do main menu, I also do set menu level. I don't know what order it needs to be in, but whatever. I have not disabled VODs for this series. I don't know why the last one didn't post. No idea. But I've recorded all of them, so I'll post them to Cherno Unplugged. But yeah, I don't know why the VODs... The VODs for this one should be probably up, I imagine. But yeah, it's weird that they're not. That wasn't me, I promise. This one isn't recording either. What do you mean? How do you know that it's not recording? Could have been bot related. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Been off since last day of Let 'Em Dare. So you're saying... How do you know that I'm not recording VODs? I didn't know that was public. Where would that even be? In my settings, right? I don't know how that... Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. It says, multiple instances of copyrighted audio were detected in your VODs within a 24-hour time period. We've proactively updated your settings to unpublish VODs by default, so you have a chance to review your content and remove any copyright material. Okay, well, I think I'll turn that back on, and then maybe I just have to manually publish the VOD. I don't know why I would have had any... Oh, here we go. Yep, publish. All right, I can publish it. Yeah, a bunch of them have been off, actually. Publish, publish, publish. All right, they're all back. Well, they should be anyway. I thought maybe it just wasn't recording or something. Why can I not publish this? I can't publish the last one for some reason. Like it says publish yes, but it doesn't actually publish. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. I never play copyrighted music. I'm not sure why it detected it. No clue. All right. Anyway, was it because of your guitar performance? No, because that was a different stream. That was ages ago, and that stream had no issues. I don't know why. All right. Anyway, back to this. So. Yeah, so we'll do the menu level as we did, and the game over menu I think is what I was working on, right? So that will reset it hopefully, because play will just set menu to null and set level to play, and it will load the level, which will reset it. So that's good as well. All right, cool. So that's good. We need to get the rendering going. So color needs to be the black or white. And we need the renderer. So this is kind of our menu rendering starter kit. Include this and that. All right, so snow level, not a thing at the moment. Otherwise, yes, we need to flip the color. Color does not equal 0 render text game over. What? So if it's a snow level, then color will be 0. So we don't say, because one's a shadow, one's not. I don't know why. So this is specifically the black one. So I guess there's no point rendering the shadow because it's black anyway. Sure. That's kind of fun, but whatever. Render text. Color will be white. Your population. So how do we get access to that? That's just population count. That's static. I guess we'll make it std format, your population. Well, I guess we'll cast it to that because I think it's a double. Yeah, it's a double. So we'll cast it to that, include that. We got the length here. I don't know if we need that. That's the shadow. Oh, so yeah, I mean, I guess we do want to keep the shadow. So this is basically if it's not a snow level. And this will be black. We should just have a render text with shadow function or something, because it's a bit annoying to have to duplicate this, but whatever. Same here. Black, white. Again, I accidentally copied the path of this file somehow. Options.length. So, yes, we have two options. Options.size. Pop that in here. Options I, white and black, and we're gonna have to obviously make this happen, like as in render this and adjust it, but we'll see what that's like first, I guess. All right, so the only sensible thing to do is probably, let's just make the level, which I guess is in load. Let's make this reset timer. Let's just make it so that we have like 2 seconds or something left. That will do a game over quickly. That's 20 seconds. Nice. But anyway, either way, this is what our beautiful game over screen looks like. Isn't it wonderful? It sucks. Oh yeah, we also need to make, yeah, for that, we need to do what we did with the main menu, which is this selected options situation. So, because I think this is, yeah, so I think this was like in here, right? And then it's just option instead of options, and that's it. Pretty easy. Now I want to know why that timer was wrong. Render timer. Timer string. So it's got to be update timer, right? There's a 0 here. I think it's supposed to be here. Oh, wait, what? There's a 0 there, and then there's a 0 here? Okay, that can't be right. Let's just look at the original. Right at the timer, update timer. So yeah, it was 0 first. Oh, but here it's 0 later. So if timer second is 0 and timer min is 0. Wait, what? Oh, it doesn't equal 0, yeah. That's correct. So timer string is supposed to be 0, then 0. Yeah, I don't know why I wrote it like that. So this is if timer second is 0. So we basically don't, we just display the minutes and we don't display the seconds if they're 0 apparently, and we want double zeros. If timer second is less than 10, we need to insert a 0 in front, which is what we do. I think I had it accidentally here, didn't I, before I switched it around. So now it should probably work. Possibly curious, didn't know you streamed. What's up? I stream. And why does it go back? It goes straight, like it doesn't even render it, just like game over straight away. That's a bit weird. Like I never see it at 1 second. So that needs to be fixed. But yeah, now we got this highlighted, so I can go to main menu. Oh, whoa, it's like counting up, nice. And then play again, we'll just play again. Yeah, why is it like counting up or whatever? That's so weird. I mean, play again. What does play again do, though? It probably doesn't reset the timer. It should, though, because it should hit play again. Like, it should hit play. So that's bizarre. Huh. Let's take a look at... I guess game over menu. And then if it's 0, that's play again, right? So we just do game.play. We should reload this, which will reset everything. Let's try like 5 seconds. Just so I can see what's happening. But that's very weird. 5, 4, 3, 2. I don't know why it like gives up so early. I mean, the reality though, I think, is update timer. But this should still be 1, which means, because we have to be getting into here. Oh, but also it's annoying because it does timer sec minus minus and then does the check. So it doesn't actually give a chance for the frame to pass. So I would do this here instead. That's a little bit better. But I still think that we'll never actually see it be 0. So I guess, which is fair enough, I think, right? So I think instead you just make it game over immediately. Or do you want to see the 0? If you want to see the 0, you can make it that. But sure, that's better anyway. Let me try that again and I'll hit play again. Yeah, it shows it at 0 and then it which I don't really like. I guess because it has to like format this string. That's okay though. I think we just make it so that when we reset the timer, we just update it straight away, and that will regenerate the string before we have to, like, we won't have to wait for it to regenerate the string later. Yeah. Okay, good. Now that's not bold, I think. It probably should be, and so should population. So where's that happen? So population does its own rendering. So we can make that bold, and I think I might move it. The other problem is that I don't think it cares about the length, which means that this is gonna just run out of room. Oh, it's right aligned. Is it right aligned? Why would it be right aligned? Oh, because it does actually care about the text length. Okay, well that's nice, I guess. Didn't realize that was there. So we can move it a little bit closer, and maybe a bit closer to the top as well. And I mean, I don't know if, yeah, sure, that should be good enough. And it's bold, which is nice as well. So that's that. Now the timer, I think I want to also make bold. So that's in level, I think. Render timer. So let's make that bold. Yeah, this is just like, I don't think this is in the middle. Like as in, it's probably a bit, I might just eyeball it though. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay, cool. So let's make this look nicer now. Can we just, we probably can, right? If we just do game, and instead of setting the main menu level, I set the game over menu, will we just see it? I think we should, right? Yeah. So now we can tweak it. I don't know what's up with the -20, but whatever. Size 135. Yeah. We should have a +3 for the shadow there. C++ 20. Okay, the little tweet you score at the Cherno should probably be a little bit bigger. Every time. And what was wrong with its position? Just a bit lower, I think. That's even a bit too much. So the your population section yeah, it should be like 50 at least.
probably a bit more left aligned as well. Because you can have a big population, so it'll grow, and I'm not... No, I mean, I guess I am multiplying it by... I'm subtracting it by the length so that it does move. So maybe that's okay. That's why it's kind of, it's right aligned, and therefore we can probably actually have it more in the middle. But 250 on the Y, yeah, that's okay. And then this stuff, yeah, let's have it a bit lower, I think. Not that low, maybe 400. Yeah, cool. Sweet. Did the Java version reset the position? Like if I go help and back, yeah, I'm back to play. So I need to do that. I am doing that though. Coincidentally, I don't remember doing that, but it's because it recreates the class, so it recreates it with 0. All right, sweet. I mean, the alignment's like, you know, questionable, but I think that's okay. So we can make this like 70 maybe. Make the game over a bit more aligned. I guess we don't really need to push that up though. Maybe 4 for the shadow as well. All right, cool. I think that's good. I think we're ready to do the sound, and then we're basically done, I think. Right? So let's get rid of this, and I mean, we could do a little playthrough before we do the sound, but it's better to do the playthrough with the music, I think. Might as well. And then we've got 5 seconds at the moment, and then we'll go to game over. There's my population, 15, and then we'll go back to main menu and whatever. Escape also goes back. If we hit play, we can go back and forth, which is cool. So, yeah, like we're doing some wasteful things here. Like, for example, I think in, you know, level or in game, every time we transition between menu level and play, we're actually reloading the image file from disk, but like, who cares? And also we somewhat have to do that since we could retain the image file from memory, but we redo stuff, so yeah. Now, does this ever get deleted? Probably not, right? So we unload the image, but this result buffer, that's a bit of a memory leak, so we should probably, because we use that though, don't we? Everywhere. Yes, we do. Image buffer, that's like our level thing. So I think when we reset over here, we can probably, you know, do this just to free that memory. Be a bit less leaky. Okay. So yeah, let's do sound, man. I've got no idea how to do that, obviously, in Raylib. It's my first time using Raylib. So let's have a look at the cheat sheet. Let's see what we have like sound related. So we got our audio. So we can load sound from a file, which is what we want. And then we can like play it. And that gives us a sound. And then we can just play it. Just play, stop, pause, set volume, set pitch, set pan. Pretty cool. Check if a sound is currently playing. Can we make it loop? Got all this audio stuff as well. And music. Load music stream. Load music stream. Oh, right, okay. So this, I guess, can... I think the difference is a sound is just fully loaded in memory, and a music will probably be streamed, like from disk. So it doesn't have to load the whole track in, because it's like presumably long. Like it might be, you know, a few minutes or whatever, instead of like a little audio, like sound effect. That's probably why. So we need to do init audio device and close audio device and check, I guess, if it's ready or whatever. And then we can load the sounds that we want. Yeah, cool. All right, so the way I did this in Java, I think, is I actually had a class called sound, which had all of these things. And then I could just play them by doing play. Like, as in I would just do play to a particular, but they were all class instances, which we don't really need. I mean, we can do it this way as well, to be fair. But I might just like, I prefer to just do it using, oh, no, it doesn't really matter, does it? Okay, I might just do it the same way. So sound, I think I had a separate folder for sound. So we can make a new class called sound. Sorry, new directory. Sound. Okay. So we'll have std file system path to the sound file. We'll have a function called play, a function called stop, and there's a stop all, which is fun. Yeah, and then we'll need like probably like sound being like a Raylib sound, because this is a Genesis sound. I think I can probably do that. I don't know, no, probably not. That's not gonna work. I don't know if it'll work. Oh, it seems to work. Okay. Yeah, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a namespace called sounds, I guess. And we're gonna just have inline static sound, you know, basically all of these, so like breed. And that will just be, you know, res sound breed.wave. So we'll have just all of them kind of statically defined. So all of these, right? So I'll copy this. The difference might be that instead of using a sound, we'll use music. Like for these themes, we'll use music in like a Raylib music thing instead of a sound thing. We'll see how that works out though. So let's make that happen. There's not that many of these, so I'm not gonna bother doing like a find replace. Although I might do one for this. Okay. All right, why are you upset? Audio buffer cannot be initialized with that. Okay, that's this thing's fault, I think. Maybe. Type audio buffer is incomplete. Oh, wow. What happened here? Oh, right, it replaced that. Huh. Yeah, that's funny. Okay, I think that might be better. Yeah. All right. So, let's make all this happen now. Yeah, I mean, we could have like a little assert std file system exists just to make sure that we don't have a weird path or something. And then let's do, let's go back to Raylib. So load sound. I think we should just be able to do load sound. So path. This is annoying, isn't it? Do we have to do this? And then that gives us our sound. So we can maybe do bool stream. This is what I'm thinking. We do sound, but then we do stream. Can be false by default, so it'll load the whole sound. And then, because I think that's the difference between sound and music in Raylib. So true for the music ones, right? And we need to actually retain that so that we know which one is which. So we can do one of these two, and then with play, we're just going to do play sound, like if, well, yeah, we'll just see if it's stream or not. So we'll do play music stream, music, else play sound, sound. Same with stop. How do I loop though? Because I want like certain things to loop. It doesn't look like it's a thing. Not sure. And there's no like a looping. Okay, there we go. So I thought that might be something like that. So with the music will basically loop, I think. So we can do music.looping equals true. Does sound also have that? No. Apparently, well, unless it's in like audio stream. Doesn't look like it though. So music specifically has a looping thing, which is kind of cool. All right. You can directly access C-string from the file system path. Not really. The C-string that file system path gives you is going to be wide characters, at least on Windows. And so I need a normal string, not a wide string. So I can't really, or like I need a const char pointer, not a W char pointer. So that's why I'm doing that. Because you can see that this is gonna, oh, it's kind of hard to find actually. Let me, why? Oh, because that's ops, that's why. So you can see there's going to be a const, it's going to be a value type, and value type is W char. So I'm looking for normal chars, not W chars. That's why I'm doing that. Okay. Next up, stop all. Okay, so yeah, like, I mean, I could add these all to a static list and then iterate through them to stop them all, but I guess I will not do that. And I will just do stop. I probably should just type it out manually. I actually know if I need this really. But the Java version had it, so. So we'll just replicate the functionality. All right, cool. So now if I search for sound. In directory, well, yeah, I could just do this, I guess. Oh, I guess that's what project does. So sound, and then, yeah, I don't really want to search that though. I should have separated my source files into a source directory. This is super annoying now. Like, where are my files? None of these are my files. Strangely enough. Oh, here we go. File master CVP worked well. So yes, we have all of these guys, and you can see they're all like commented out at the moment. So now I can go through all of them and uncomment them. So it's going to be sounds, and then like menu cycle play, for example. I'll have to include that. Now false is, I think that's the looping situation, isn't it? So that's going to be false for everything except the music, which is automatically true for, so I don't really have to worry about that. But either way, yeah, let's just look at all the sound stuff. So this is also, well, this is the same thing. This is the same thing, right? Oh, this is sound menu, not menu cycle. Same thing here, sound menu play. Sound start play. Sound theme play. Theme is a music thing, and menus theme stop. Cool. So player, sound breed play. Sounds breed play. What else is sound? Let's get rid of this. That's it, apparently. Game over. Which the game over menu plays, interestingly. Menu theme. It should be looping already. Menu play here. Okay, these guys. That's it. That's all the commented out sound stuff. Apparently not actually. God, because this had no space. Yeah, cool. All right, no idea if this will work. Let's pause the music and let's launch this and see what happens. I don't even know if they're in the right directory. Okay, that's already a problem. Yeah, because that's not, not that I said that, that's not right. So I forgot to adjust, I think, all of this stuff. So it should be res/sound. That's basically it. All right, let's see. Does say fail to load audio buffer a bunch of times, but the file exists. Failed to create buffer. Oh, right, I haven't initialized audio. Lol. So when we create the application, init window, let's do init audio device. And I guess we can assert, what is it, is audio device ready? And then in shutdown, when we do close window, I don't know if we can, I think, destroy audio device or something. Let's see what it actually is. Close audio device. Still failed to create buffer. Okay, mini audio. Does look like it's correct though. It's using mini audio. Doesn't say which device it's using, which is a bit annoying. Hazel does. Yeah, man, what's up? Actually, this doesn't say failed anywhere. Oh look, music file loaded successfully. Why is it not playing though? Well, this is playing in the wrong device, but like it should have told me what device it initialized. I mean, which audio device even is this gonna initialize? Probably my just like default one, right? I'd hope so. Okay. What actually plays? Well, actually, I could actually cycle through the menu to see if. No. So I'm going through the menu. It should be playing the sound, but it is not. So let's have a look at this. Yep. So play sound. Play audio buffer. Blah blah blah. Oh, buffer is null. What? Why is buffer null? What? That's odd. Is there anything else I need to do? I mean, I don't think so. I guess load sound would have worked. Like, yeah, why would buffer be null? Let's have a look at this, because it's definitely loading the file now, I think. Yes, the audio device is initialized. It actually was saying that it was successfully loading stuff. So it's a bit weird. Okay, so let's see if sound has anything. No, everything's null. And what path is that? Breed.wave. Just gonna make sure that exists. Oh, what if I don't have this? No, but I checked. I think I do have them. Rare sound. Yeah, breed.wave. It's taking a while. What? Are these broken somehow? It's got a size. Oh, there we go. Did you guys see how long that took? The heck? This is on an M2 SSD. That's the sound though. You hear that? Make it louder. What? So that took a while, which was weird, but also it should be loading it. It's the player. Yeah, probably. It's probably like telemetry me all the way to Microsoft to be like, Cherno's using the audio player, everyone. Ugh. Okay, so why then is it not loading? And is that happening for all of them? I don't know. But it is very strange. Does it say, so let's just do it like a set m sound stream buffer. I'm guessing a set will go off. I just want to have a look at the log. Which is where exactly? That's the build log. Where's my, there it is, console. Failed to get frame count for format conversion. File loaded successfully. Data loaded successfully. Failed to get frame count for format conversion. So is it just not a format that Raylib supports for whatever reason? I mean, it's a WAV file, but maybe it's like got the wrong number of channels or something. I mean, it's got one channel apparently, which, 44.1 kilohertz, 16-bit, one channel, and yet failed to get. Maybe I should just Google this. Turns out I was trying to load the sound before initializing the audio device. Oh, Okay, so yes, technically, maybe, because this happens statically. Remember? So we made this happen here. So we could lazy load it. Like, we could just be like, because I don't know if there are any prerequisites for this. Like, I really don't know if there are. But what we could do is, like, as in, I don't know if we need to create the window first or whatever. If we don't, then what we could do is, instead of initializing the audio device here at the moment in application, we could basically just do, in our first sound constructor, if that's false in an audio device, because that, like, unless, like, we can have a look at what happens here. Yeah, so that seems to have worked. Device initialized successfully. And then that's gonna probably work now. Yeah. Hey. So it's not playing our main menu music, but shouldn't that play it as well? The back button. And then that works. No music though. And yeah, the game over thing works. That's nice. Okay, so what's up with the music never playing? And also, apart from the music never playing, yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Because I'm pretty sure, I don't know if I have to do anything specific with music versus sound. Because I think it's just load music stream and then play music stream. Like, seems legit. So, yeah, I mean, look, like there's sounds menu theme play. So this should actually happen like immediately. I think we hit this immediately. Yeah. So it should actually be playing that. So it should have hit this. Does this play on its own track? Like, that's the other thing. If there's something that override, like, surely it's more than one track, right? Play music stream. So yeah, for music stream. Oh, do we need to update it? Manually? Are you kidding? Audio, load audio stream. Just stream raw audio PCM data. Okay, I don't care about that. Yeah, so load music stream, but then there's update music stream. So do I have to do this every frame or something? For what? For each file it's playing? That's a bit annoying, isn't it? I thought it would do that internally. Now, does that mean I need like my own thread and stuff? That's weird. Okay, so let's look at this then. Sound and music management, some questions. Music loading the stream and just seek to the right point. Track should be fast enough. Sound. Okay, that's not actually very good. Like, not helpful. Okay, Ray, look, here's a audio example. Music should be playing. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. That is not playing well at all. Do you guys hear how bad that is? Okay. But, let's see if it has to... Time played, yeah, whatever. Unload music stream. Yeah, we're not doing that either. Play music stream. Update music stream. So yeah, you do have to do this every frame. Okay, that's slightly annoying. Maybe we should just do it as a sound or something. It's nice like my alarm, like horror movies. Yeah, we'll see how well this plays, because, I don't know, like, you know, usually you'd set up a separate thread to stream audio samples and stuff. But, let's see how we can hack this together, maybe. Just thinking. Like, I mean, because we've only got 2 music tracks here. And I guess we don't know what's currently playing. We could have like an inline static sound music currently playing equals null pointer. This is a bit of a hack, but whatever. And so the idea is that if we hit play and it's a stream, then it will play music stream. Music currently playing is going to be this, I think. If we stop, it's going to be null. And then in application, sure, on update, if sounds music currently playing, then sounds musically currently playing will do the whole update sound, update, is it update sound, update music stream. Like that. I guess like that. We need to get access to the actual sound. Or the actual music, so... Can it be const? What does it want? Probably not, right? Actually, they're just passing it by value, yeah, because it's pretty small. But we don't have to. Probably don't need the sound either. Okay, let's see what happens with this. Nothing happens with this. It's not hitting that though. I mean, it should be... We should have hit this, right? And then music is a thing. And that's not null. So... Why is it... How's this null? Did something stop it? What? So it's playing. And it's not playing here. Oh, it's inline Cherno, you buffoon. Sorry, this is the Java code. This is what I meant to do. This is the Java code's leaking to me because it used to be public static. And then I just changed that to inline. Maybe this is actually why everything was screwed up. But we'll see, maybe not. Okay, so now we're in here. Okay, we have music. That's good. Now, what I want to know is if I think I have to update the music stream though. If I don't think this will work. Yeah. So that has to be here. I'm glad it plays better than the web thing. It is not on its own thread though, but it seems to work. Okay, the back button should work. Like about menu and stuff. By work, I mean it should give us some audio. Sound menu play. And then the help menu, I think, also should do sound menu play. So I just didn't do that. Sounds menu dot play. And same for the help menu. And that's the other track. Should that stop the music? Does game over stop the music? Yes. No. I don't think so. My little mistakes. How do we stop? Or does maybe level stops it? Guess we can just search for that track, that music thing, and see if it stops. So where does game over happen here, right? No, I feel like it maybe doesn't stop the music. Oh, unless stop all actually gets... Does stop all get called by anything? Oh yeah, if we actually close the application. I'm just laughing at this music. I want to actually open this up and just see theme, because it's called theme. So do we actually stop that anywhere? Level destroy stops it. Does that happen though? I don't think so, because we don't clear the entities until later. We stop it when we... Oh no, this is us playing it. Stop all stops it. So unless level destroy happens somewhere. Oh yes, game over menu. No, but that's if we play again. So yeah, I guess we won't stop it. I like that this doesn't reset, but it does if we, oh no, it doesn't. It never resets. It never resets. It's supposed, oh, yeah, what? Because I put that in here, look. Time equals 0. Brightness delta. Oh, nah, brightness equals 0 as well. Time is just, I don't even know if we need time. What's time used for? Time is just this. Time's not even important. Okay. How am I finding Raylib so far? I love it. It's good. No problem. No problems at all. Just a nice little framework that works with very little issues and is easy to set up. Yeah, it's great. So just listen to the music a bit, and then I'm gonna see if, because this date, like, oh, this won't actually progress the day-night cycle, I think. In which case, because it's only 5 seconds, we can't even test it. All right, cool. Let's just test the game now, because that's it. We basically made the game. Let's get the timer. I think there's like a reset timer. Let's set this back to like 5 minutes. Oops. Can we get the app icon to be one of them trees? Yeah, an app icon needs to be set, that's for sure. I don't know what it was in. I don't know if it had one, because the Java version just has the like new Java logo or something. So yeah. Just want to make sure that that's, yep. All right, 5 minutes, let's do it. Let's see how high of a population I can get. Oh, and we've got the breed sound playing, nice. I didn't test that until now. Animation's cool. Ugh, where are the women? Hey. Hey, here we go. Kind of wish this was a bit bigger, because it's a bit small. I could probably make it bigger easily if I just increase the scale as well, because I don't want it to actually be, I just want it to be physically bigger. I don't want it to be more of the level, you know, because this is a good window into the level. Ugh, I can't find any women. What's going on? Oh, no, she's red. Damn. I think they spawn kind of towards the south of the island a bit more. Here's one. Nice. Here's another one. We should probably put something here to indicate that it's the remake version. Oof. Oh no. Here we go. Come on. Look, the brightness of the mob is not changing. So there's still that weird brightness bug. How and why? That's so weird. It's almost like it's like either static or something weird's going on. I like the breeding sound, it's nice. Man, this is nostalgic. This game. And now the population's flying. I'm about halfway through. It's not bad, this is a pretty good run, I think. I mean, not the best, but she was red, right? Like Let 'em Dance. This was just like me with a piano for like 5 minutes improvising, I think. Because I had like, I knew the game went for 5 minutes. So I'm like, okay, I got 5 minutes. Let's just play something, record it. And that's it. I'm pretty sure it was like one take or something. I mean, I couldn't have played it more than once because it was random. Just random stuff. Yeah, I really don't like the lighting bug. We're going to have to fix that. Because this is just weird. Like, as in, obviously it's dark now. And also, actually, is the day-night cycle working properly? It should be. Yeah, see, I'm not getting brighter. I should be getting brighter. But I want to finish my run first. I want to see if I can beat, like, I don't know if I can beat 100,000. Maybe I will. I think I will beat 100,000. Not that 100,000 is particularly high, but I don't remember. I really don't remember what a actually good score is for this game. I like the one spawning in the trees. Hope he has one. I think I was watching the times. The music like intensifies when it's like kind of getting. Oh no, look, the day-night cycle is working. It's getting light. Okay, good. So that's one less problem to worry about. But, I like that it gets kind of light towards the end. Okay, yeah, don't think we'll make it to 1 million unless I get very lucky. Huh, get it? Get lucky? I'm getting pretty lucky. Maybe we will make 1 million. What do you guys think? No, I got like 14 seconds there. Oh, this is gonna be close, man. It's gonna be close. Come here. Come here. Stop running away. Oh no, there's two of them. There's two of them. There's two of them. 858,000. Ugh, we didn't make it to 1 million. I'm sad. And the music's stopping perfectly because it's like 5 minutes is up. What a game. What a game. Okay, well that was fun. I mean, we played through it. It worked. Okay, entity mob situation, lighting, crap. That's what we need to work on. Just make sure all of this works. Yep. All right, cool. Yeah, what a game. Now, that's the Java version. Now, so everything basically works. I mean, I've only got one map, but I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, it's just the lighting thing is weird. So I think what happens is, or like what should be happening, is in level, when we do the rendering, go back to our music. When we do the render on level, I think there's a pass here where we do entity update lighting and then we do entity on render. So for each of the entities individually, we do update lighting. They each have their own light distance parameter, which is set to -1, which means they're not close to a light source. And then what we're supposed to be doing is finding the closest light source based on these I mean, we're passing update lighting, but it's supposed to be, oh wait, well, yes. I mean, this only happens for things in view, but also within give or take 3 tiles, I think, from our current screen view. But we should be getting these light emission tiles in at X and Y, which X and Y, I think, this is in tile space, yeah, not in pixel space. So we have a bunch of these tiles in maybe that's the problem. We have a bunch of these tiles in tile space, light emission tiles, that's what we pass into update lighting. Then we obviously convert it into pixel space, and the player position will also be in pixel space. And then we're just getting the distance. If the distance is greater than the light size, then we're gonna get rid of it, like we won't use it. We're on +8 to get into the center of the tile. X and Y, I'm just making sure I didn't do anything stupid there. We've got the distance here. And then we set the light distance to, yeah, somewhere between 0 and 96, basically. Because it's ×2. Okay. Should we have a little debug display? Let's make a little debug display. I guess we could do it through the renderer. Although I don't think we need to. Let's just do 50/50. Font size 50. Color. So alpha I think is last. So this should be blue either way. Okay, well, we won't see it yet, but so this is what I was going to do. When we do that lighting calculation, which is an entity, I think, yeah, we'll just do game debug text equals, I guess we can just do this. Oh, right. I wanted to do if get type equals player, because otherwise, obviously, there's lots of entities. Nice. What? Oh, it's never gonna work for the player, because I took the player out of the entities list. So we actually have to do this manually. I guess we can do it here. Update lighting. That's funny. But I don't think any of the other mobs were working very well, were they? But yeah, that might have been why. Okay, so there we go. So that's our distance to the closest light source. So we probably should, 130 should probably be fine then. Right? But it's going to discard that because it's only going to work up to 40. Wait, what? Hold on. It's just going to do it to a random light source. It's not going to do it to the closest one. Is that the reason why it's not working? And also I got the color wrong. It's red, not blue. That's funny. Like the text color, I mean. But yeah, that's a good point. That is a very good point. At which point was I like, let's do it to the closest light source? Never. Never anywhere, I think. Which is probably why it was always the last one in the list that had the effect. That is stupid. And it's funny how 12 years later, I didn't even notice that until now. Until I finally started debugging it. That's hilarious. So we actually need to figure out what the closest light tile is, I think. So like, you know, that's fine to do that, but we basically have to, I think it's like, you know, we set it to -1 here, which is okay. But then when we do this, because we don't know, this is in random order. I think when we do this, there's only gonna be 2 here. When we do this, we just need to basically be like, we can't really do a min because -1 is here. So I think before we, maybe let's just do distance. And then if mlight distance doesn't equal -1, or rather if it does equal -1, or light distance is greater than distance, maybe I'll write it like this, distance is less than light distance, then we set light distance equal to distance. So now it should be the closest one. And we'll still loop through everything because we don't know. There's only going to be a few of these on screen. But now it should basically not work again. Nice. What did I do wrong here? Oh, well, distance is always going to be less than light distance. Because it's -1. Is that the problem? No, but not if we set it to something. So if we set it to like 30 and then we find something that's closer, it should set it. Because it won't be -1 anymore. So why did that not work? Oh, well, actually, hang on. It's because I'm not... I should do it here. Because if I do it inside the loop, then it's whatever happens to run later. I think that's why. Yeah, so -1, and then it's like, say, this one. Wait, but 24. And then this one. But why is that so... Oh, well, I do double it. But also, why is that like... Why can I not get closer? Or I can. Then 24. Ah, because it's the top left corner. So it's doing this correctly, but it's not offsetting for the player. In which case, I guess we would just do +8, +8, right? To get to the middle of the player. And yeah, we are doubling it, which is also not helping potentially. Yeah, so there we go. So then that's like right on top of the light. That's right on top of the light. Okay, cool. So let's play the game again, I guess, and we'll see whether or not that now works. I don't know if the gradient is like if the fall off is good as well. But yeah, we'll see. And let me know if the music's like too loud or whatever. So 850,000. Let's see if I can beat that. I'm gonna stop playing though if I find a bug, like a problem with the lighting. If the lighting works well, we can play it through. Damn, I should almost start again. Can't find anyone. Oh. You gotta know where to look. Here's one. Yeah, and entities that aren't on screen, they won't have their lighting calculated technically because there won't be any light tiles to calculate. So there'll always be -1 light distance, which is fine because we can't see them. So that's fine. Okay, so how's the lighting looking? This seems to work pretty well. Getting brighter when I go close to the light. We'll be able to really tell when it gets darker. Oh, here's a bunch. Oh, there's a lot here, man. They're all hanging out here. Oh, as if I missed that one. The collision's like not 100% perfect, but that's kind of what makes the game harder. And the collision I completely copied and pasted from Java, so it's identical to the original game. Oh man, I think we're gonna beat our score. Might be too early to tell, but I reckon. Ah, yes, we got him in a spawn trap. Let's go. Alright, let me test the lighting real quick. Yep, lighting looks perfect for all of the mobs actually. Sweet. So I think the problem ultimately was just that I was not getting the closest light source. I was just getting a random light source within view. Mostly. And so therefore it kind of looked like it worked half the time. And also I wasn't resetting it to -1 in the Java version. Okay, we are cooking, man. We've got 2 minutes left. We're already above 100k. Let's go. This one's stuck in a tree. Oh, come on. Let's go. Oh, we're on 1 million. We're on 1 million and we've got 1.5 minutes left. Let's go. This is bringing me, I think, a bit too much joy, this game. But I am pretty excited. Look at that. There's so many as well on the map. Maybe we should like start multi-threading their movement logic. Can you stop running away? So many. Yo, we absolutely smoked our high score. Like, absolutely smoked our high score, man. But this is the thing, because this game's kind of exponential, you can get ridiculously... I don't think I'm ever going to beat this current score. I'm sure someone will, but I won't. Oh no, it's getting light. That means the game's almost over. Oh man, I'm getting a lot now as well. Oh man, look at that score. Look at that score. I should have added commas every like 3 digits or something. You know, to make it easier to read. 2 seconds left, that's it. And that's why we make it a 64-bit unsigned integer. So we got how much here? We got 4.4 billion. We beat a UINT 32T. Let's go. Right? Yep. Ah, that's amazing. And look how many there are. It's so nice when there's like a lot of mobs on the map. Okay, cool. I challenge anyone to beat that without cheating. Yeah, UN64 supremacy. Someone was like, oh, why is it a UN64T? So there you go. Cool. So that's nice. Screenshot for the thumbnail? Yeah, I can probably just take it from the video I'm recording. I am slightly interested in what the frame rate is and stuff, but the thing is, because we're running this at 60 FPS, we don't really know. But I don't think we need to know. Like, I think it's fine. Like, as in, I'm not really going to care about the frame rate too much. Let's get rid of our little debug variable. And let's just ship it, right? We're not going to bother with the other levels, I think, because they don't really work anyway. And this was really the main level. So how do I, now I am getting into territory where I have no idea what's up, right? Now we have to like see how to actually like give this a logo, like an icon and stuff, and also how to build it with correct information, like as in if we want to have like because in Visual Studio usually I'd create like a little resources file or whatever, so I could like have it show up with proper metadata on Windows, and that's how I would set up the icon. But yeah, like, is there some documentation on Raylib? Like, how do you set an icon and how do you do stuff? The thing is, like, the icon for Windows specifically is obviously that has nothing to do with Raylib, but I think Raylib will have should have a function maybe for an icon, because the icon that appears here has to be set by the application. Okay, so there is a set window icon. I have no idea how to do that in, not in Visual Studio though. So set window icon has to do that. Cool. I guess we need to like open up Photoshop. While that's opening, do you guys have any questions? Because we're coming to the end of this journey, which is exciting. And right now we're basically just working on shipping this, I think. So yeah, that is quite exciting. Okay, so icon, let's make it like 256 by 256. And I think, yeah, like if we go to paint here, I think I want to make the icon just the player. And then, yo, why is it black and white? Oh. Oh no, RGB. Oh, but I'm in the blue channel selected? That's weird. So we're kind of gonna, I think the icon's gonna be like the player and there's gonna be like a female behind him or something. Running away. Maybe not running away. So like, you know, like that or something, I don't know. Can we just select like all of the pink? Or is that just confusing? I think we need like either a drop shadow or some distinction between this. Maybe I'll try a really subtle drop shadow. Kind of annoying though, but I guess that works. And then for the background, we might just do like this color, because that color is don't even know where it is. Here it is. I guess we could also just do like some grass or something. Oh, we need to also signify like that this was a remake, right? I was gonna do that, but never did. Can't really see the grass though, unless I make it like, you know, smaller and move it around. And I don't know, like, don't know if I love that drop shadow. Yeah, maybe a bit more subtle is the answer. Let's also put it onto the female. Where is paste layer style? There it is. The problem is she's got stuff here, which kind of ruins it. Yeah. Hers can probably be even more subtle. All right, that's the icon. What do you guys think? I don't know, from this size though, it kind of feels like maybe I should make that drop shadow a bit more like spread out or something. I don't know, if it's like a bit softer, I don't know. Like that maybe? Cool. Make eyelashes for her, that's funny. So let's save that as a copy. This is probably a bit too big in terms of an icon, but whatever. Guess we'll make it a PNG for now. keep doing that. I'm guessing I have to unload it. I've got a lot of stuff I think to unload and clean up and whatever. Alright, that did not work in the slightest. And why not? I don't know. Did it load it? Yeah, looks like it. Oh, it needs to be RGBA. Ugh, that's annoying. How do I make it RGBA? Or do I have to... Because that's not like a... Because if it doesn't have an alpha channel, which it doesn't, how do I add an alpha channel? It's RGB. Weird. Well, apparently it should. Apparently it's saying it should be exported as RGBA, but it's clearly not. Yeah, it's 24-bit. I think Paint does it as a 32-bit one. So if I just do this, yeah, it's 32 now. So I think this will work. Hey, cool. So now I got this down here and this here. Nice. He's so cute when he's that small. It's adorable. All right. So we've got an icon. Now we need to set one. How do we set an executable icon in CLion? Let's have a look. Resource hacker. Nice. Visual Studio. Well, yeah, we're trying to avoid that because we're trying to get there with CLion. I know how to do it in Visual Studio, but resource compiler. You also need to create an RC file listing. Yeah, like the thing is, obviously this is like operating system specific, but not possible. It's a feature request. That's for writer anyways. It's probably C#. What does this say? I mean, I'm guessing this is Visual Studio because it's a .rc file. Or maybe not. Maybe we can just do it like that. Because that would be a CMake thing, wouldn't it? Oh, maybe we can do this. Oh, wind res. Wait. Oh, and then you add app. Oh, this totally works. All right, sweet. We'll try this then. So first of all, we need PNG to ICO. So let me grab my, portal me away. Let me grab my icon. I don't know how big we need it. I guess we can go with 256 maybe. Did I make the switch from VS to C-Line? Well, I'm trying it out for this project because I had a new little project to do and wanted to see what it was like. All right, cool. So let's have a look at this now. We've got an ICO, which is nice. Here it is. So let's follow that tutorial. Create an app RC in the same directory. Yeah, so we're creating like a resource config thing here. app.rc in the same directory as the ICO file, apparently. We need to give it some text here. Icon.ico, I think. Yep. And then we're going to run this, which we might not actually have, but we'll see. app.rc, app-o, windres. Okay, let's find windres.exe. Okay, C-Line actually has this, interestingly. So it's in C-Line bin, min-gw bin. So let's see if we can do that. Nice. Okay, let's use another one. I mean, we've got it in min-gw, we've got it in Sigwin, we've got it in so many different places. But it's quite upset. None of these work. I think this binary is a bit different, maybe. Maybe it's not. Oh, that almost worked. I mean, I think that's just the same thing as it not being able to find the DLL. Oh, look. Add target sources, project name, private icon, RC to your CMake list instead. Okay, cool. I'll try that out. Thank you. Hopefully that works. The thing is, so that's res app. Yeah, I guess I can just do that. So target sources. So project name, private. So it's res/icon.ico. .rc, sorry, app.rc, I think. So will that work? Yeah, it looks like it. Genesis cvp.exe. So let's have a look at the exe now. Hey, we did it. Awesome. Thank you to Moozy Boy. Appreciate it. All right, sweet. 13 megabytes. Boy, that's big. Now, also, we are building a debug configuration. We've been using a debug config this entire journey, right? So how do we, do we have edit CMake profiles? Is there like a release? Is there like a easy release config, or do we have to make our own? Like, surprised that C-Line didn't just make us a release configuration or something. Like, basically I want to turn optimization on is my point. Because I want to ship this now. I want to make like a distribution build or something. How on earth do I do that? I've never distributed anything in CMake before. Yeah, so I guess I could put stuff here if I wanted to. Like, I could make a new config. I mean, this is just release. Release with debug info. I could just keep pressing this, it'll keep making new stuff. Release with debug info. I guess release by default doesn't have that. Let's just do release and then all CMake options. Hello. I mean, I'm not gonna. This is gonna be like up to the compiler probably, right? Or does it just have, does CMake just have stuff for that? Yeah, I could ask ChatGPT or something. I guess I just need to, oh, these are CMake options actually, they're not, yeah, build options are here. So I guess because I'm using MinGW, right? I'd probably like, you know, with GCC or whatever, I'd, like, what's the best one? Oh, fast or something? Like if I just put that here, is that gonna build it with that? And then I can do like -S or something to strip. Oh, what? Where's my release profile? Why is that not here, man? Unknown argument, oh fast, really? Oh, 03, oh fast is bad floating point calculation. Okay, cool. I'll try that. But why are these? Oh, there's release. Why are these not working though? These are build options, so they should work maybe? No, unknown argument 03. Like, what are you talking about? What's this actually building with? Oh, well, that should be okay, right? So it looks like it's actually thinking that I'm passing that 03 into CMake because it's printing me the usage of CMake. But aren't these supposed to be build options? I mean, I guess I can just edit the CMake file. Did that edit the CMake file? Like, what did that do exactly? Did it do anything? Oh, we wanted to make this run on the web as well. I'm not gonna bother with that today, but in the future maybe. So we can just do like, I mean, I don't have, you know, we could just do CMake CXX flags, I guess, and then we can do everything we want. So like, all right, CSX flags release, right? So 03 and S, for example. Did that work? How do I know if it's building it with optimization? I guess I can just compare the binary size as well. So this is the debug version. So if I punch in the release version once it finishes, which it hasn't yet apparently. Okay, lots of different errors or whatever. 2 megabytes. Okay, well that's better. So if I copy this into this directory and run it, should work. Hey, now I don't want this log here. How do I get rid of the log? I was also going to say that if I wanted to, I think I could up the scale to like 5 or something, and it would just be bigger, I think. Yeah, but the text, that's the only problem. The UI doesn't actually change. But the actual game this is probably a nicer size, isn't it? So I'd have to like, I'll realign all of the UI / make the font bigger, do whatever. But because this is just a nicer size, I think. And it doesn't actually make, like you can't see more of the world, which is nice. So I don't know, variable scale is probably something I will do in some other edition of the game, maybe. If we end up doing that. But yeah, good to know that this works. Now, the console situation. How do I do that? Maybe for release? There's a flag called, I think, M Windows or something. Or that's a target link option. The thing is, I'm not even using MSVC though. I'm using GCC M Windows. So hang on. So what if I just do that then? M Windows. Does that work? Awesome. Yep. Now, I don't know if I should log to a file or something. I guess I don't really care. Yeah, so we're basically ready to distribute. The only thing is that maybe we should just mention that this is like a remake. Because at the moment, we've been so true to the original that there's actually nothing here that says this is new. So I think, oh, and we didn't do the click to focus either. Let me just think for a bit. First of all, does Raylib have like a, probably does, right? Some kind of focus. That's Ray Math. Is window focused? Okay, so I guess we can, only platform desktop, sure. I guess we can, because what happens in the Java version is, and the reason why I did this is because of the applet. So if you are not focused, it'll say click to focus, but I kind of like that. So I think that just happens in game. Yeah, here it is. It'll just make it either black or white, I guess. And then that's if focus is not there. So we could just do that in really easily, I guess, in game. When we do render UI or something. So, but we need that time variable or something. Actually, level probably has time, but yeah, I'll do it here. Excuse me. So time mod 50 greater than 18 was the numbers I used in the Java version. Then we'll just do renderer. We'll get the renderer. we'll just do renderer render text. Click to focus. Well, it was at 120, 280, 80. I'll do it like 120 is the font size. Style 1 for bold, and color is gonna be. All right, we want to do like a black, and then a white on top. The black is the shadow. Let's have a quick look at this. Okay, pretty cool. Let's just make it a bit higher up. Yeah, pretty cool. All right. Yeah, Raylib's a bit weird. Like FF is black because it's just it's like RGBA, I guess, or ARGB, ABGR maybe even. So therefore that's black instead of that being black with a full alpha channel. Yeah, so I guess we'll do a little main menu. In the main menu, we'll just put a little like C++ remake or something. Or Genesis C++. Let's do that maybe. Size maybe 80. I'll do C++, whoops. And I have no idea where to position it. I hate this whole positioning thing. Yeah, I guess that's actually not bad. I'd make it a bit smaller. And I'd probably, yeah, just move it more. That might be too much. It's not enough, turns out. Windows like 900, I think. That's too much. I love this recompiling every time. That's not bad. And I did want it a bit lower, and I might make it like orange or something. Oh, I should have done my C++ logo or something. That's not bad though. Okay, orange. So let's do orange. Now, the problem is I have no idea. I think that's blue, and that's red. No, but we know that's alpha. So is this blue or red? Because it was red. No, that's red. So it's basically RGBA is literally, if we just read it left to right, that's what the channels are. So let's do, so we want red, maybe not full red. Let's do like, I don't know, DE. Green. Well, we need green, but maybe like, I don't want to go too much. Like, let's just do 7F00. We'll just see what this looks like. And that'll be this guy. I'm gonna guess my way into this life. Oh, that's not bad. I guess a little bit brighter though. And we can lower it a bit because we can be very precise because we know exactly what the main menu is going to look like. So yeah, cool. So that's it. That's really the only way you know, because if you look at the Java version, I mean, of course the font's different, but aside from that, and you can't have them both in focus at once. But and the shadow was a bit better on the click to focus in the Java version, but there you go. Like, otherwise it's just this specifically that you can see. I feel like that needs to be brighter though. Maybe I will go something like that. Click to focus shadow. I love how much, like, I'm so perfectionisming this. Okay, that is much better. Actually, the shadow is just better. Like a bigger shadow, I think, is just better, or like a shadow that's further away. So maybe this should be like 3. That's 3. Yeah, that's nicer, isn't it? Or is 2 better? I like how the about screen is exactly the same. Like, there's no way to tell it's the C++ version. All right, cool. That's it, though. That's it. Like, literally ship it. That was release mode as well. So, literally, let's ship it. This is the one I just built, correct? Yeah, now there's no, like, metadata here. Because that would be... I don't know if that's in the RC file or where that originally is. But I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess we just call this like genesis.exe. And then let's make like a little release folder. And what do we actually need? I kind of just, this is very dirty. Everything's just here. The resources, I think, and that's probably it. And we don't really need this. That's for building. We do need that. We do need this. We don't need to ship the additional levels that are not used. But I guess we can anyway. And this is funny as well. Fonts we added, we need. Yeah, so that comes down to 83 megabytes, which is quite a bit, mostly because of the WAV files, but there you go. You guys ready to play this? I guess I'll have to actually read me. Don't really challenge. How long did it take me? So I've been streaming seven hours today. I mean, half of that was like, well, not half, but like a good half hour to an hour was like, lunch / coffee. So, and then last stream was how long? Like 9 hours maybe. Let's just say around 12 hours. have 5 minutes to, I guess, create the largest population you can. I'll put controls later, I think. That's stupid. I'll just say navigate menu. You have 5 minutes to create a large population. You can. You can reproduce once with a female, the pink mobs, if that's necessary. I guess it's more fun if you, yeah, to create things. I think it's more fun if maybe I don't go into this much depth. Hey, all right, cool. Nice little readme. Cool. That's it, man, that's it. So now we zip this up. I guess I can just call it Genesis. And now we're gonna, I guess we'll publish it onto itch.io. I gotta do like a cover image and everything. Well, actually, the cover image can just be the icon. Don't really care. Okay. Kind of project downloadable game. I guess I'll copy and paste the README. It's always so weirdly formatted. Genre. What's the genre, guys? Role playing. Action, I guess. I don't know. Did I just miss the entire making of this game? Yeah, I think you did. Joey. That's funny. Guys, stop. I'm glad the font that's barely visible what you're saying. Because, like as an on stream, because it's like white. That's funny. Yeah, is adult a category? I don't really think so. Visual novel. All right, tags. Whoa. Why is this here? Adventure. Oh, look, Blood and Dare 55 tag is here now for the other game. Oh, is it too late? Maybe I can submit this for Blood and Dare 55 as well as like it's an extra game. Has nothing to do with the theme. Maybe we're summoning a greater population though, so I guess that works. All right, let's actually upload it then, right? Upload files. Simulation. Yeah, that's not bad, actually. Simulation. Oh, I should probably mention the code is... The code is available. I think it's that. Oh, Genesis Remake. I should probably push the code as well. I will in a minute. Windows. Oh yeah, I mean we can build. We should be able to build all the versions in the future. Okay, so it's still a draft. So let's make it public. Public, save. All right, cool. And then what I want to do as well is probably edit the theme and make it like green. Should I try and find that exact green? I mean, that's not bad actually. Like, I feel like a dual green would be weird. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Yeah, maybe white is fine with a little greenish background. I mean, it's a lot paler. That's not bad. Maybe orange or something for these guys. Cool. Oh, the code execution can't proceed because libstdc DLL was not found. Really? Huh. That's funny. What are you running for not to have? If you're not to have like standard C. Heh. That's weird. Anyway, download and play. Do I have to like distribute those DLLs as well with MinGW? Because you don't with, I guess you usually have Visual C++ runtime installed. So maybe I have to distribute, am I not statically linking? Yeah, I might not be. Because I didn't set this up, man. Like, how do I link the libraries statically? I'll put the game link in chat once I figure out how to statically link this. Statically link standard library, there is no cross-compiler way for GCC, use this. Okay, I found some Reddit posts, guys, we're saved. We're just gonna chuck this in. And then hopefully it's gonna work. All right, person who complained about it not working, can you try again in a minute? I'm just gonna... Yeah, okay, that's a fatter binary, so it probably did include it. Make sure that still works, yeah. it still have the icon and everything? Yeah, it does. Replace. Not theme. How do I edit game? Okay, everyone's got the same error. Good. Try again as soon as this gets uploaded and hopefully it'll be Gucci. Thanks for testing. Yeah, I know, the upload speed's tragic. But I am live streaming and also Australia, so lol. Alright, and we are good. I'm gonna post a link here in chat and yeah, give it a go, guys. See if it works out. And then if it does, then good. Enjoy. And let me know what your high score is without hacking though. Will there be VODs for this in the live stream? Yeah, there should be. Now that I'm publishing them again, because Twitch decided to stop publishing them because it was upset at me. I can't seem to publish the... Like, look, this is me in Twitch. See, this one's not published. And then I click publish. Are you sure? Yes. And it doesn't actually publish it. So that's a bit annoying. But the reason why they weren't being published is apparently because I was... Twitch said I had some copyrighted music playing, but different. Application was unable to start correctly. Ugh, wonderful. I hate MinGW. But it works for me. Oh, it works for someone. But that's a weird error, that 7B one. Like, that's... Okay, who does it work? Okay, it doesn't work for this. libwin pthread was not found. Ugh, I think I have to statically link everything. Not just these guys. Build shared libs to off. Does anyone else know in CMake how I can just not have, like how I can link all my libraries statically, like all the C++ libraries statically? Because I don't want to have to do the same thing for every binary, you know? It'll work for people who probably have the shared libraries available, but not for those who don't. But I think what the other thing I can do maybe is like this, for example. Like, is that gonna work? So 3.3 meg is where we were at. We're still at 3.3 meg. 341. That looks identical. So that probably didn't include anything else. Okay, so what's the thread one? This. Is that gonna work? No. Ugh. It's so annoying. I might have to ask ChatGPT. Do I like this idea more than Visual Studio 2022? I don't know. I guess I like that it's snappy and everything. The CMake situation is obviously a transition because I don't usually use that. But We're gonna see what ChatGPT says. Okay, so this reckons basically almost everything I've done. It's just that, I mean, this is what they've done for specifically MinGW or Win32 apparently, but I'm gonna do it for everything. So this is what ChatGPT reckons. So we do static and we do these things which we already have. I guess we don't have to have this just for release. Like this can be for release, but this can be for everything or whatever. And then we do that. So let's see if that does anything different. Well, that is slightly different. So I guess we can try release this to you guys. Yeah, I probably should test this myself, but since stream is here, let me just, we'll sit through another slow upload. Yo, that's the wrong thing. I was like, that was not slow at all. No, I'm not using our library. This is specifically the, runtime libraries, like the actual C++ libraries. But I think for like Raylib, it's probably linking that statically. I don't think it even says, but it definitely is, because that part's working. Otherwise I would need, yeah, something else. So I don't know if that actually says that it's linking it statically, but it is. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the movement speed being faster diagonally, that's just how the original game was. So I kind of tried to stay true to that. Okay, I've updated the game again. You guys can try it again. Let me know if that works better. For those people specifically who it didn't work for, I posted the link again in chat. See if this version works any better. Yeah, and quick diagonal isn't a march, but also it's, oh, it works for me now. Awesome. Sweet. But yeah, also it's just kind of like, it's kind of, you know, sometimes it's hard to chase the females, but this makes it better. Should I have had, because she doesn't have a, I feel like the icon should have been the other one. Because the reason why is like I picked the walking animation, but I guess I probably shouldn't have. I can just flip it. But yeah, it's annoying, I guess. Because maybe that would have looked better. Probably does look better. But whatever. I guess that's the way it is. Cool. All right. Well, anyway, enjoy. I'm going to go now, I think. 8 hours of live streaming today. I guess I should do like a little post-mortem. I mean, I think it went pretty well. Like, I think total hours we spent on this is about 12, which is not bad. I mean, we started with, you know, we used Raylib, which I had never used before. So, and I loved it. Like, I thought Raylib was great. Like, no issues really at all, I think. The only thing that took us remotely anywhere near a little bit of time to figure out was the audio. And that's because with the music, because they have sound and they have music. And if you have music, it streams it and you need to manually update the audio buffers, basically. I didn't know that. And they didn't really specify that in their cheat sheet. That like, if you do music, make sure you do this. In fact, it didn't really, like, it didn't tell me what the difference was at all. Like, I'm sure I could have read the documentation, but the actual cheat sheet didn't say what the difference was between sound and music. And so I just kind of guessed that, like, okay, sound's probably just fully loaded. and buffered, basically ready to go, and it'll be in memory, but then music will be streamed from disk as you need it. Because generally you do that if the track is long, but if it's just like a 1 second sound effect, then obviously you can just load it in all at once. But otherwise, Raylib's great, yeah. Everything worked. Like, look, I wish they did like signed distance field fonts, for example. That would have just made everything better, but they don't. So you have to load in every font size you need. So I ended up creating like a little map for that, from font size to, to actual font. And it would kind of lazy load it as you tried to render with a particular font size if it wasn't present. Also, I'm not unloading anything. Like, I'm not unloading fonts. I am unloading some things, like images or whatever I think are unloaded. But yeah, I'm doing a pretty bad job at unloading stuff in this game. But I think it's okay because most of the resources are just, they're needed until close time, So like, whatever. What's the point of unloading the font if you're just going to close the application? And you obviously need it up until you do. So yeah. Why there is no women in my game? Really? Maybe you just can't find it. Skill issue, I think. Maybe it's just like representative of real life as well for you, but I'm sorry. My condolences either way. This is a simulation. But yeah. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, what else? Sea Lion. Yeah, JetBrains Sea Lion. That was, like, to be honest, quite a pleasure to use. The only thing that got in my way at all really was just CMake, and that's just because I haven't used CMake in ages, and like I'm not the biggest fan of CMake. Like, it's fine for like smaller projects and stuff like this, especially if you have Sea Lion managing it kind of for you in a way. But other than that, like, yeah, like Sea Lion itself, once I set up all my shortcuts that I was familiar with and I found all the features I usually use, I didn't really experience much difference between like Visual Studio and Sea Lion. I think that, like, I'm just trying to think. The only thing was, and this could just be me not figuring it out, but like the debugging, like specifically like the watch window and being able to, like, for example, if I have a uint32 T pointer, being able to like read it kind of as an array and just display all of the array elements instead of just the one uint as if it was like one uint. So if I have a buffer, being able to just display all the array elements I want, or as many as I want. I didn't really figure out how to do that, but again, I didn't try that hard, and it's probably there. It's probably just not something I figured out. What else was there? I don't know, man. Like, everything was there. To be honest, like, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I think Sea Lion out of the box default is probably better than Visual Studio, because I use Visual Studio with Visual Assist. So therefore, I'm actually comparing Sea Lion to Visual Studio with Visual Assist, and I'm pretty sure Visual Assist costs about as much as Sea Lion. So. And like, I mapped like Alt-Shift-O to open file, Alt-M to get that kind of like finding symbols and stuff in the current file. Like, I mapped all of that in Sea Lion to be like it was in Visual Assist, and I didn't really miss it. So yeah, like Visual Assist, like, and Visual Assist plus Visual Studio is much heavier weight and much slower, I guess, than Sea Lion has been for this project. That's the other thing, right? Like, I haven't tried Sea Lion with something like Hazel. Or like Unreal Engine, for example, So like, I don't know what it would be like at that scale and with that much going on. But for this little game, like, actually, let's see how many lines of code this game ended up being, because I never really did that. So it might be a bit difficult because my code is not. Maybe it won't be. No, but it's gonna scan those folders. Oh, actually, hang on. Let me commit this. Not that. Added the rest of the game. Okay. So I'm just wondering if I Git clone GitHub the Cherno Genesis. That's probably the easiest way. Remake. So we'll grab the remake. I was gonna have to download the audio files as well, annoyingly. I don't have a README on GitHub, which is a bit annoying. But whatever. So if I do I have that line of code thing? I think it's just like cbin this thing, yeah. So if I just do that here, that's probably gonna include, is there anything here that I don't think so. It basically is all code. Yeah, so it's look, like this project here is, you know, C++ code, like we got about 2,000 lines of code. So it's really quite small. So of course, like for that, you know, like obviously I can comfortably say that C-Line was a nice experience, like no issues whatsoever. I had a good time. Like I can't really fault it. There was nothing really outside of the fact that, again, I'm not the biggest CMake fan, but like there's nothing really in the IDE that I was like, oh, that's dumb, that's stupid, oh, that's slow, oh, it froze, oh, it crashed. Didn't crash a single time, didn't freeze a single time. Everything just worked and everything was fast and responsive. And to be honest, that's my top priority. So yeah, look, I mean, only downside is that I guess it's not free. I'm on the 30-day free trial for this because I just downloaded it for the first time right before I started this project, which was on Saturday. So it's only been a few days, like 4 or 5 days of me having it. I've used it twice. I've used 100% of my C-Line time has been on stream. And it's been pretty good. So that's my take. If you guys want a lightweight IDE that I guess runs on all operating systems, it seems, and you don't mind paying a bit of money, and you also don't want to get Visual Assist, then I guess I probably, and you like CMake. If you like CMake, I think it's a no-brainer. Unless you're doing specifically like, if you're doing like specifically Windows applications, Visual Studio is probably going to be better. If you're doing C#, I guess you've got Rider, which I haven't used, so I can't talk about that. But Visual Studio obviously works well with that. I don't know. I would probably end up using both and like choosing which one I want for, like, you know, like I would choose which tool I want for the job. And Visual Studio is like a community edition is free, so there's no reason not to have that, I guess. Yeah, what do you guys think though? For those of you who like C-Line / JetBrains, because I know a lot of people rave about JetBrains products, so I'm just wondering, like, from your side, you know, why? Is it just because Visual Studio is bloated and slow? Like, is that the biggest reason? Or are there specifically features that are like game changers? Yeah, slowness, okay. Oops, sorry, microphone. I really dislike the complete lack of customization in Visual Studio. C-Line is the opposite. Okay. I mean, I didn't really customize too much. Yeah, jaggy and buggy VS. Okay. I like C-Line, but hate CMake. Visual Studio is also bad. I use Visual Studio at work because our tools are made for it. Yeah, that's pretty popular. JetBrains is a bit on the slower side than I would like. Well, I mean, this has been fast. In the past, I remember ReSharper was kind of slow, but that was running in Visual Studio, so I don't know if it's necessarily their fault. But, you know, like, this was very fast. I'd comfortably say this was smoother and faster than Visual Studio for a project, again, of this size. It was definitely more fluid. Can't see the issue with CMake. Switch between languages often for different projects, and you can easily sync the IDEs. Yeah, okay. I haven't experienced that, but that sounds nice, I guess. JetBrains has great refactoring, code analysis, integrated Copilot. Okay, cool, and works on Linux. Yeah, that's the other thing, like, because it's cross-platform, which is beneficial. And because I was like this close, basically this close to switching to just Mac OS for a while and seeing what that's like, if I did that, I would definitely use C-Line. There'd be like no other option, I guess, really. I definitely would not use Xcode. I mean, to be fair, I haven't used Xcode in almost a decade. So I don't know, maybe it's better now. I don't think it is though. Xcode is like good if you're debugging iOS like Metal and graphics and like stuff like that, because their tools are pretty decent, but like as an IDE and with the slowness, it's really annoying. All right, cool. Yeah, Visual Studio crashes too often. Yeah, I mean, it's not that it crashes that often for me, but it freezes a lot more than this. I'm pretty sure, like, you guys can go back, watch the stream. Like, I don't think it froze a single time. I think everything was great. But again, it is a small project, so it's hard. All right, anyway, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to go. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed this project. The VODs will be hopefully live on Twitch, but also I'll be uploading them to my Cherno Unplugged channel in their entirety. So you'll be able to see the full process, probably in one like 12-hour long video or whatever. But then also my editors are going to edit this down into like a 25-minute, 30-minute video for my main YouTube channel as well. So yeah, if you missed it and if you want to roughly see the whole process and you don't want to watch 12 hours of streams, that'll be up probably in a week or so on YouTube. Cool. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed this stream and the whole process. Yeah, you can play the game and also look at the source code and do whatever, really. If you just go to the itch.io, which I'll link again, then in chat, then you can access everything. The original Java version with the source code, this C++ version with the source code, everything. Yeah, thank you guys all for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Goodbye.